to the depths of the sea. Creation's revealing your majesty. From the colors of fall to the fragrance of spring, every creature unique in the song that it sings, all exclaiming, indescribable, uncontainable. You place the stars in the sky and you know them by name. You are amazing, God. All powerful, untamable. Awestruck, we fall to our knees as we humbly proclaim, you are amazing, God. Who sees lightning bolts and tell them where they should go? Or sing heavenly storehouses laden with snow? Who imagined the sun and gives source to its light, yet conceals it to bring us the coolness of night? None can fathom, indescribable, uncontainable. You place the stars in the sky and you know them by name. You are amazing. You are amazing, God. All powerful, all powerful. You're untamable, untamable. Awestruck, we fall to our knees as we humbly proclaim, you are amazing, God. It's another one we say, incomparable, incomparable. He's a constant God, unchangeable. You see the depths of my heart and you love me the same. You are amazing, God. Come on, lift your hands if you know we serve an amazing God. You are amazing, God. Oh, you are amazing, God. Indescribable, untamable. You place the stars in the sky. You know them by name. You are amazing, God. All power belongs to you. Yeah, yeah. As we humbly proclaim, yeah, He's incomparable. Nothing can compare to Him. Yeah, yeah. Unchangeable. You see the depths of my heart and you love me the same. You are amazing. We just want to tell you you're amazing. You are amazing, God. 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 unmovable, unchangeable. You see the depths of our hearts, and you love us the same. You are amazing, God. You are amazing, God. You are amazing, God. There's no one like you nowhere. You are amazing, God. You're so sweet to us. You're so loyal. Change me, oh God. Make me more like you. Change me, oh God. Wash me through and through. Create in me a clean heart, so that I may worship you. Change me, oh God. Make me more like you. Change me, oh God. Wash me through and through. Just create in me a clean heart, so that I may worship you. I need you to change me. Jesus, change me. Like only you can, Lord, change me. Is anybody out there need the Lord to change something about you? Change me. Whatever's not like you, Lord, I want you to change me. Do it for me, Lord. I dare you to just put your hands on yourself. Lord, I want you to change me. Like only you can, Lord. Change me. Can y'all help me say it? It's easy. I need you to. Oh, come on. Say it like you mean it. Change me. Whatever's not like you, Lord.
Welcome to our annual Prepare Workshop. Planning, resources, education, personal arrangements for realistic expectations. Whether you are joining us live, virtual, or archive, we commend you for your proactive decision to be a part of this experience, and we know that it will benefit you and your loved ones if you apply the knowledge that you gain. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this opportunity. We thank you for each presenter and for those who have come to gain information and insight. Bless us all with knowledge and wisdom. Strengthen all families and our community, because we have made it a priority to be prepared for the inevitable events of life. We pray all this in Jesus' name, amen. I always like to begin by giving a little history behind this workshop. We pay tribute to the person through whom this was birthed, our dearly departed sister, Reverend Darlene Thomas McGuire, affectionately called Reverend D. She was concerned that people often come to the end of life without having made adequate plans and preparations, creating stress for their loved ones. Valuing education, she proposed this workshop to give people tools and access to resources, so her legacy lives on. We also want to pause to remember one who was an important part of the planning team, Reverend Willis Hickerson Sr., whom we all called Uncle Willis. We are so grateful for the years we experienced his presence, his wisdom, and his humor. Now, let us begin with our first group of panelists representing medical, advanced directives, and legal. We have Dr. Heather Burney, Angela Beamer Ratliff, and attorney Geraldine Sumner. Panel.
I just want to start by saying thank you so much to Dr. McGuire and the Prepare team and Bishop Alexander for this opportunity to provide some medical perspective with regards to end-of-life issues and participating in the Prepare workshop. It's an honor for me to be asked to provide this perspective and to hopefully provide some help and clarification that we all need when it comes to these end-of-life issues. We're in a unique situation, which I would call a post-COVID pandemic. Don't be confused, COVID is not over. It probably will never be over. But we're certainly not at pandemic levels, although the levels are continuing to rise. We've had a rise of influenza and RSV, which is a new virus that people are hearing about, but it does impact how we interact with the hospital system and kind of how people interact in an infectious environment. So one of the things I always like to remind people is that when you're in critical life situations, sometimes the hospital have limited family involvement. And so if you're in an end-of-life situation, they may liberalize those rules, but you have to understand that sometimes there's hospital-induced restrictions with regards to visitors, regards to the age of the visitors, just because of their potential of bringing other infectious agents into the intensive care unit or into the hospital in general. And so you just need to be aware of those things as we negotiate a hospital environment. A couple of things I want to also make sure that I highlight is that from a medical perspective, I want to encourage you, my takeaway point is always to have these difficult conversations when you're not in a critical time. So trying to take advantage, we've just gotten through the holidays where a lot of family was getting together, but I want you to encourage you to spend time with your family, to have a family meeting or have a family dinner where you're talking about these difficult conversations. There are lots of people that make different decisions about what they would want to do at the end of life. And if you don't know what that person's wishes are, then then you're faced in a difficult situation trying to guess or trying to decide what you're going to do or change for your family member. I know that was critically important for me as my mother was at her end of life. And I'm just so glad that she came to Prepare, that we had those family conversations so that I knew what her wishes would be when we had to make those decisions. And so I want to encourage everybody, there'll be lots of other speakers talking about these, but I want to focus from a medical perspective on words that you'll hear around that time, and that you want to make sure that you demand or you expect non-medical explanations. I think that's one of the hardest things in the medical profession that we struggle with. When we're talking to each other, we use a lot of words, terms, code words, and abbreviations that we all know what the answers are. It's hard to code switch or to switch those things off when you're talking to people that are non-medical. And so you just need to be brave and courageous and ask the questions. If you don't understand what a term means, you just need to be bold. A lot of times from a medical perspective, we will have an air of arrogance, let's call it, and it's our confidence. You know, those are things that we need to get to this profession, to get to this point. But you want to make sure that you demand that you understand everything that they're explaining to you in a non-medical way so that you can make those decisions. So a lot of times people are confused about terms like being brain dead or being put in a coma versus a medical-induced coma. And so I just want to go through those terms briefly. So medically induced coma is something that happens a lot when people are critically ill, meaning that they're giving you medicines that will support you so that you will shut down a lot of your body's functions so that your body can recoup and recover. That's different than a coma where your brain is no longer functioning, and so those medical functions are shut down because of the lack of capacity of your brain. And we're talking about brain death. I think a lot of times people get confused with that because things can be confusing. Why did they blink? Why did they look like they breathed over a ventilator? Which a ventilator, let me say for that, a ventilator is a machine that can breathe for you. So you get intubated, or you put the tube down your throat, attach that to the ventilator, and that will bypass your lungs and bypass your lung functions to provide oxygen to your brain. Now, there's the higher portion functioning of your brain where you can breathe and your heart can beat independently, and there's a lower function of your brain where there are reflexes. And so sometimes those reflexes can be confusing. Did they smile? Did they blink? Did they breathe? And so sometimes that can be confusing to people. I think they're still alive, where really these are just reflexes from the lower functioning of your brain. And so you want to make sure you understand that when you're brain dead, the higher functioning of your brain is no longer working, and you can't do these things independently, and these are just reflexes that are happening. Having these family conversations, having these difficult conversations, you want to clarify a few things. Some people decide they don't want to be intubated. They don't want the ventilator to breathe for them. There are people that have medical conditions that if they were to be put on a ventilator, it is our medical opinion that we probably would not be able to take them off that ventilator. So some people make the decision they never want to be ventilated because they don't want to be artificially kept alive by a ventilator. There are also things like tube feedings. So again, some people decide, if I can't physically eat, I don't want to be kept alive by a tube feed, which is a tube that they put directly into your stomach, and they put liquid nutrition in there. And so these are some of the decisions that you and your family members need to have a conversation about. One big thing that is difficult to talk about also is CPR, or cardiopulmonary resuscitation. CPR is not like it is on TV, okay? In order for you to get the depth of pressure, sometimes ribs get broken. It is kind of a violent thing. I certainly remember, I can think of it in my mind the first time I was in CPR. I was doing CPR on somebody and I heard that crack, knowing that ribs had probably been broken, just trying to make sure that we got enough oxygen from the heart to the brain. And so people make decisions about that. I do not want to be intubated. I do not want to be resuscitated, and making sure that you detail out those things. I do not want to be on tube feeds. Some people say, look, I want to be intubated temporarily. I don't really want to be on those machines for my lifetime, for years and weeks, or for a long time. But if you think that you could reasonably come off the ventilator, come off of those things, then you make those family decisions as well. I've got lots of other lawyer folks that can explain this better than me, but I just want you to introduce the topic that there's a living will, healthcare power of attorney, and a regular power of attorney. A lot of times people think when they create their will, they're designating the person that can speak for them in a healthcare setting. Not so. It may be the same person, but you want to make sure you designate those things. So dealing with your estate is different than the power of attorney in the bank, power of attorney in the hospital, and then the living will would be detailing out all these decisions that you would make at the end of life. So I also just want to encourage everyone to be able to express and expect that they will have the conversations with their family, that have conversations with the medical professionals demanding non-medical explanations, and making sure that you understand everything that this doctor or this person, this healthcare provider, is sharing with you, because that is critically important, that you know your family's wishes. I think it's important to write these things down, but at least if you've had a verbal conversation with people around that you know what this person wanted at the end of life. You don't want to have these conversations at the bedside when mama or grandma or daddy or granddad is critically ill. And then you're having to make those decisions in a high-pressure environment where you don't know what their wishes are. So I just want to encourage you to have a long-term relationship with a primary care doctor. And so that's also important. There are certainly times where there are no wishes documented, and so the doctors in the hospital will call someone like me, who's a primary care doctor to a lot of people. And so I'm trying to have those conversations and documenting those conversations in my medical notes so that I'll know what their wishes are. And so it's important to have that long-term relationship established with somebody that you can trust. And the thing that I always try to encourage people, if you land with somebody that you don't feel comfortable with, change. If you feel like the person is not an advocate for you, if you feel uncomfortable, change. You have options. You don't have to be locked into a situation where you feel like that doctor is not acting in your best interest. And so you want to advocate for yourself in your family to express your wishes, advocate for yourself in the hospital to make sure that these medical folks do their job, because it's our job to make sure that you're educated. And then just advocate for yourself in a lawyer situation, making sure that you are able to legally document what your decisions would be. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Again, my name is Angela Beamer Ratliff. I am a regional coordinator for advanced care planning at Novant Health's Choices and Champions. First, I would like to thank the P.R.E.P.A.R.E Church for having me back, Bishop Claude Alexander, Dr. Raynette Covington, Eunice Hickerson, and most of all, the tech team who puts up with my antics sometimes and all these PowerPoint slides that I like to show during my presentation. So I'm here to talk about advanced care planning. And a lot of people don't even know what that is. So, first slide, what is advanced care planning? Advanced care planning is a process. It's a process that starts when you're 18 years old, when you're an adult. And truly, it probably starts when people are seeing their pediatrician, because the same types of questions that pediatricians use to get to know their pediatric patients is the same type of questions that we would consider advanced care planning types of questions as you turn 18. What kind of activities do you do? Are you still in school? Are you in college? Do you enjoy sports? What's your favorite team? Tell me a little bit more about what you're majoring in if you're in college, some of the activities that you do. Those are all types of advanced care planning questions, because advanced care planning is all about getting to know you better as a person, not just a patient that's coming in and getting a physical. We want to know about the entire all parts of you. So advanced care planning involves legal documents like a healthcare power of attorney or a living will. These legal documents are important for you to know about. I'm not going to get too much into these documents because I know we have an attorney on the panel, and the attorney will really be going over the nuts and bolts of those documents. The next thing that can involve, that's a part of advanced care planning if it's necessary, are medical orders. And medical orders are what you hear as DNRs or no CPR, or you may have heard the MOST form. Those forms are filled out not only with those forms have to be signed and completed with your provider. So you have legal documents, so you have medical orders that your providers have to complete with you present. I'm not going to get too much into those either because, again, we have a doctor on the panel, and I'm sure the doctor will be talking a little bit about those forms as well. But in the center of it all are conversations, and that's the biggest part of what I'm going to talk about today, because conversations, you can't have legal documents without a conversation, you can't have medical orders without a conversation with someone. And what we want to do is make sure that you are comfortable starting those conversations with the people most important to you, whether it be your family, whether it be your friends, extended family, your church family. the more people who know about you and maybe what types of, how you want to live your life's journey, really will help guide medical teams into what types of care or decisions you might make for yourself if you're unable to make them. So, advanced care planning is not just for seniors. And that's why I say we start at the age of 18. So everyone in this room, everyone watching today should at least be able to have an advanced care planning or some sort of conversation to talk about what things that you would want for yourself. So, why are conversations important? Conversations are important because we need to know, number one, who you trust to make medical decisions for you if you're unable to make them yourselves. And this is not just about end of life. This is about living life. During your life's journey, your healthcare journey is going to be just as long, and there are going to be ups and there's going to be downs. There are going to be times where you have a planned surgery with you under anesthesia, and there are going to be times that, maybe there's an accident. And all those things I consider, okay, those are temporary. You're temporarily not going to have the capacity to make decisions for yourself. And then when you regain capacity, you are the decision maker. So it's during those times of incapacity that we really are talking about. That's when those legal documents come into place. That's when the medical orders may come into play if you meet that criteria for those. And so we want to know from, number one, again, who you trust to make decisions. We need to know who that is. And we need them to know what you would want for yourself. Also, if no one knows what you want, the decisions are going to be made by people who don't know you or know you well. Because if it's an emergency, it's going to be someone in the emergency room, or emergency room doctor, or it could be someone in an intensive care unit because we've not been able to locate the people that you trust to make decisions for you. Also, we have situations where a person may have a legal document, a healthcare power of attorney and or a living will, but we don't have a copy of it. And so we don't know what that patient wants because we don't have it in our records. So that person may receive unwanted or excessive care. So if we knew who you selected to be that decision maker, that person could intervene and let us know, okay, we had a conversation about this. This person, she would not want to be on a ventilator. She would not want to be on a feeding tube. Or it might be the exact opposite. You do everything you can to make her or him well. And when I talk about excessive and unwanted care, I always say it's also about excessive and unwanted bills. Because there are people who are very concerned about leaving legacies and understanding that, life, everyone has to go through an end-of-life journey, and they want to leave something, and they don't want their life savings, for instance, to be gobbled up in unnecessary or excessive medical costs. And also, there's research that if a person is making a decision for someone else and it doesn't turn out the way he or she wanted things to turn out, there's that guilt and there's depression and there's anxiety. Did I make the right decisions? And it's very important to have those conversations. I think I've talked about my parents. My parents were the exact opposite. My father wanted absolutely everything done, where my mother said, well, if my heart stops and my lungs stop, just let me go. And I still struggle, my father had things written down in terms of do everything. My mom wouldn't write anything down or sign anything to say don't do anything. And so when those times came and decisions had to be made, there were things that, okay, well, we can do this, we can do that for Dad. But there's going to be a time where there's nothing else that can be done. But could there? And so there's always a question in my mind, did we make the right decision? Did I make the right decisions? And same with my mom. Even though she said don't do anything, it still tugs on your heartstrings to know that mom's not going to be here anymore. Are you sure? Am I sure that that's what she said and that's what she wanted? So either way, there could still be some lingering guilt or thoughts or things that still will bother you, But it makes it a lot easier if you know, okay, yeah, I'm sure this is what Mom said. Even though I'm going to grieve and it's going to hurt, this is what she wanted. All I am is the person that had to follow through with the instructions that she gave us. So it's important to understand that's why and where those conversations come into play. So the next slide, I think you all may have seen this before, is the North Carolina hierarchy for decision making, or for decision makers. A lot of people aren't aware, and I always use this slide because I can't really reiterate this enough. North Carolina will tell hospitals and healthcare systems who we have to go to by law, and in a particular order. First, obviously, it's you as the patient. You have capacity to make your decisions. We go to you. You are the person that we're going to go to. When you lose capacity for whatever reason, and again, anesthesia or accidents, whatever, you will end up getting that capacity back, and we'll, again, talk with you about your medical decisions. But but either way, whether it's short-lived or extended, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to look for that healthcare power of attorney, because that tells us who you trust to make decisions for you. And we hope and pray that you have had conversations around the types of decisions, medical decisions you would make for yourself. If you don't have a legal document, then comes family. First, it's your legal spouse. North Carolina does not recognize common law marriage, and if you're legally separated, you're still legally married in North Carolina. So until that divorce decree is signed, sealed, and delivered, that estranged spouse, for better words, is going to be your decision maker unless you complete a healthcare power of attorney naming someone else that you trust. Then if you don't have a legal spouse, then we're talking about parents and adult children. So it's important to know it's not this parent, it's not the mother, it's not the father, it's not the oldest son, it's not the youngest daughter. All of them have to come together, and they have to make a decision. And majority rules. So you can understand how conflict can occur in those situations. If you don't have anyone in 3B, then we go to 3C, which are all of your adult siblings. Same scenario. All of them would have to come together and make a decision, and again, majority would rule. So, in most families, we have people we trust with certain things. We have someone we can trust to keep a secret. We have someone we could trust to hold on to some money. We may have another person that we trust to make medical decisions and can be depended on in those particular circumstances. That's the person that I would recommend that you would name as your healthcare power of attorney. It does not have to be your spouse if you don't believe your spouse will follow your directions. It does not have to be your adult children if you think they can't make decisions for themselves, let alone make decisions for me. No, you don't need to consult them. I want you to go to my sister or my brother, because they're the dependable ones. Those are the people I can depend on in my family. Now, North Carolina says your family is a legal spouse, a parent, a child, and siblings. So everyone else goes into number 4, which is the friends category. So aunts, uncles, cousins, step families. So if you have a step parent, that is a friend. If you have step siblings, those are considered friends. And sometimes those are the people that you might trust to make decisions for you, even though you have people in category number 3, which is family. The only way to leapfrog, again, over people who are in those categories is to name the person you trust in a healthcare power of attorney. That is why that document is very, very important. Because, again, we are going to trust that you've had conversations with those people, and they would know what your wishes are. So after friends is a physician. And again, you heard why are conversations important, because it would be that physician that may not know you or your circumstances to know what you would want. And all they can do is just try to sustain life. And at Novant Health, our policy is if we can't find anyone and the physician has to make decisions, the default is that we're going to err on the side of life and do everything we can to prolong life. And maybe that's what you want, but maybe it's not. That's why it's important to have conversations, to have these documents in place, making sure that your documents are in your medical record, not only at the hospital, in your doctor's office, but any specialty office that isn't associated with your healthcare system. Why is it important to choose wisely? It is important to choose who you trust wisely because if you do lose capacity, they have a lot of power to make over the decisions that you make. Anything easy from clipping your nails to sitting up in a chair to the major decisions like, life-sustaining treatment, no life-sustaining treatment. Who can come and visit you in a particular setting and who can't come visit you in a particular setting. And that's why it's important to understand some of the characteristics of the people that you need to select. Number one, you have to trust them. Number two, they're going to have to respect your wishes, even if they're different, the different decisions that they would make for themselves. Then they would also need to be willing to communicate well and listen. If this person is not familiar with medical jargon, is in an artificial environment, in a hospital setting, it can be very, very overwhelming. So you want to make sure that the person you trust or the people you trust are going to actually listen and take the information in, ask questions. I can't say that enough. I tell anybody, and I recommend, if you have a parent or a friend or a sibling that needs assistance going to the doctor, I would recommend that you make sure that somebody is with that person actually in the exam room to hear what's going on. Again, you want to be able to have that person that you trust to make those decisions for you, and they would need to be consistent with your own values and wishes. And sometimes to understand the medical conditions, they need to be in the exam room and be able to ask questions of the providers. Someone who is also willing to be available. COVID taught us a lot about being available. You don't have to be right next to the person to be available. As long as you're available by phone, by Zoom, by Skype, by FaceTime, we know how to communicate with each other outside of you being right there at the bedside. And I also recommend, even at a doctor's appointment, if you want to hear what's going on, you let the staff know, I need to hear, what's going on with my mom or my dad. They may not be very truthful with you in the exam room, which I found true with both of my parents. They wouldn't always tell the truth because they didn't want the doctor to scold them, and that's pretty much how they felt. Or they just didn't want to appear that they were sicker than they actually were, or that the disease processes were actually getting worse in the symptoms and things. So it's very important to really consider for yourself the people that you trust to make decisions for you. Also, I want you to consider the people you would be actually making decisions for. Because if you go back to the hierarchy, you'll see, where do you fit? Are you ready to make decisions for a parent or an adult child or a sibling? So kind of see where you also fit in that puzzle. Because if we have to call you about your sister or your brother, we will want to know that you're comfortable making decisions for that person. Having conversations when you guys are around during holidays, that's important. There are several types of games and conversation games that you can play. If you want some information about conversation games that are free, feel free to give me a call. Also, we have an advanced care planning toolkit that we like to provide everyone, which includes information that we discussed today, as well as the actual healthcare power of attorney document. And we can also give you some more information about the medical orders. So the last slide is my name, my contact information. So if you have anything that you want to discuss, anything you want to just kind of get off your chest. If you're having problems trying to figure out who can you select, which we get a lot of phone calls about people who say they don't have anyone they trust to actually step in as their decision maker. So we try to help you problem solve through that information so you can come up with a decision. And so I think that's it. Just make sure that you have conversations. They don't have to be that serious. Like I said, there's lots of games that are out there on the market that you can play for free to kind of get that conversation going if you need some help.
Good morning. It is such a pleasure and a privilege to be participating in this Prepare workshop. I have been blessed to be able to be a part in previous years, and am grateful for Dr. D. McGuire for coming up with this idea. I want to talk to you this morning about the power of attorney. I'll touch briefly on the healthcare power of attorney, the last will and testament, and because of questions that I have gotten over the last year, I'm going to talk a little bit about trust. So first, the power of attorney. What is that document? It is a document which you create that allows another person who is designated by you to conduct business for you in the areas that you say that they can. The person or persons, because we can designate more than one person or an alternate person, must be someone you trust, because once you give a person the power of attorney, the law recognizes them as taking the action that you could take, and any actions that they take would be legal and binding on you, as long as what they are doing is legal. Now, you may revoke a power of attorney and any of these other documents that we're going to talk about today at any time, as long as you are competent. In January of 2018, the North Carolina General Assembly made changes to the form of the power of attorney, but any documents signed before them, or before January 2018, are still valid. The new form allows you to appoint successor agents. For instance, you put the person you trust the most as your first agent, that we now refer to it, and then if that person is unable to perform the duties, then you have a second person. It's called the first successor. And after that, you can even name a second one, and you can give them the ability to appoint someone else if they can't do it and if you are incompetent and unable to do so. It allows you to initial in certain areas. For instance, you may only want someone to take care of your banking. You may not want them to take care of hiring a person to take care of you, or any of those other things that the law allows. Or you may check a box, initial a box. You have to initial each one of the lines. You could initial a line that says that you delegate all of those areas. This document that was enacted in 2018 gives you the power to limit that agent's authority. Specifically, it allows you to designate whether the agent may make gifts to other people, whether the agent may make gifts to himself. And that's important because before 2018, an agent could transfer all of your assets to themselves. They can't do that now unless you specifically say that they may make gifts to themselves. There was a problem, and there still is a problem, of people taking advantage of older folk or people who are disadvantaged in some way or another in handling their affairs. And these documents now place limitations on that, and it's important that you complete all of that with care and have an understanding of what those limitations are. Anybody who's helping you fill out that form, any lawyer should be able to explain that to you so that you know the limitations that you have. But again, you want to be sure that you've got somebody who you can trust. And that trust should be in multiple phases. Number one, you want to trust that this is an honest and decent person, but you also want to trust that they have the capability and the ability and the time and the willingness to take on your affairs as well as their own. I personally serve as a power of attorney for a woman, and so I am learning firsthand what all of those responsibilities are. And I'm fortunately in a good position, and I'm not challenged in any way, but you may think that the person you love the most is the one that you want to be your power of attorney. Just keep in mind, you don't want to designate someone as your power of attorney, the person who's going to be managing your bank account, if you know they don't handle their own finances well. You know, they don't balance their own checkbooks. You don't want that person to be the one who is handling your affairs. If they can't keep their credit right, they're not going to keep yours right either. And so, you know, it might not be because they're dishonest, it just might be that they're too busy or just can't keep that up. So, again, be very careful of who you give this power to because it is substantial. Understand that the power of attorney is valid up until the time of your death, unless you revoke it, and there's a process for revoking it. But if you revoke one power of attorney, I strongly urge that you immediately do another power of attorney with a different person. It is not mandatory, but I strongly urge that all powers of attorneys be registered with the Register of Deeds office. And the reason for that is that most financial institutions recognize the ability of people who hold those documents to commit fraud and theft, and they often, or they almost always, when presented with a power of attorney, first check to see if it is notarized, because the document must be signed in the presence of a notary, and secondly, they check to see if it's registered with the Register of Deeds office. And again, that's a very potent document, but it is a necessary document because if for some reason you become unable either to incompetency, infirmity, or a short-term disability and are unable to handle your affairs, you want the person that you trust to be able to do that rather than someone who might be appointed by the court. First and foremost, most of the people who you appoint as your power of attorney are not going to charge you for doing the work. However, if the court gets involved and appoints a public administrator, that public administrator will be paid out of your assets. So a lot of that can be avoided if there's a decent and responsible power of attorney put in place who is performing all of the functions that are needed. Now, let's talk about that healthcare power of attorney. The power of attorney that I just spoke to you about, the durable statutory power of attorney, really handles your business affairs. There is another power of attorney called the healthcare power of attorney, which is designed to allow for some person designated by you to speak with your healthcare providers and to act on your behalf when it comes to your healthcare needs. You need not be incompetent in order for the healthcare power of attorney to be effective. In fact, take for instance this scenario. You're involved in an automobile accident. You might be left unconscious, or you may be in such pain that when you are first admitted to the hospital for treatment, you're given drugs to help you with the pain. Now, if you are given these drugs or medications, are you going to be the person who can make the best decision about your health? Or can you even supply the most reliable information about your health to the healthcare providers? If there's a healthcare power of attorney in place, it allows the doctors legally to talk to your healthcare power of attorney about your treatment. You should list up to 3 people who are not your healthcare providers on that healthcare power of attorney form, listing their name, their address, and most importantly, the best telephone number to contact them. I strongly urge people to give copies of the healthcare power of attorneys to all of the healthcare providers that they have. Many people have multiple doctors. If your doctor is associated with one of the major hospital chains, I guess that's the right word to say, either in Charlotte, Mecklenburg, it would be Novant or Atrium. If your doctor is affiliated with one of them, generally, once it's in your doctor's office, it's also with the Atrium or Novant Health System. But give it to as many people as necessary. As well, give it to the people who you have designated as your healthcare power of attorney. Now, this healthcare power of attorney must be signed in the presence of witnesses and a notary. On the durable power of attorney, which only deals with your business, you only need to sign that in the presence of a notary. But because of the sensitive nature of healthcare information and the life-changing and affecting decisions that a healthcare power of attorney can make, the law requires that it be done in the presence of witnesses as well as the notary. Understand that when you give the health care power of attorney to a person, there are some limitations that you can put on that, and they are included in the form. For instance, you may say that they can or cannot withhold life, with life-sustaining or life-prolonging measures. They can say whether or not there will be blood transfusions or not according to your wishes. So when you deliver this document to the person who is, or persons who are serving as your healthcare agents, I strongly urge you to go over it with them so that they know what your wishes are and understand that. In that document, you may also indicate whether you want to be an organ donor, and whatever your wishes are, I would strongly urge you to let them know. Now, I know that a lot of people are not interested in doing organ donation, and if you aren't, that's fine. But I will tell you that there are many among us who are still alive and functioning well because someone chose to be an organ donor. Some older people say to me, well, nothing that I have is going to be good enough for anybody. I want you to reconsider that because the cartilages in your body are excellent for knee replacement or knee surgeries or other surgeries where joints are involved. And you know, you can still be laid out and look good in your coffin and do organ donation if that's what you're worried about. And for African Americans, we often forget that the largest organ in our body is our skin. And so many African Americans who suffer with burns and disfigurement need skin that it's an often overlooked issue. Now, let me just assure you, if you give skin, they're not going to take your face off. You can still be laid up. They'll just take some off your back or off a part of your leg or what have you. But consider it. I'm not telling you it's a must, and I don't mean to offend anybody who believes that all of their bodies should be returned as they were born, but just information for your consideration. Now, let's talk about that last will and testament. Everything that I've talked about so far involves what happens while you are still here. And I often tell people that those documents are probably more important to you during your lifetime than this last will and testament, because this last will and testament only goes into effect once you have checked out. You know that the last will and testament is the document that you use to provide how you want your assets distributed upon your death. I often talk to people and help them understand that when you come to my office, at least, I want to know about your real property. And your real property is your land, your houses, and then there is the personal property that includes everything else, your cars, your bank account, the jewelry, your furs, your business interests, your stock, your bonds, your annuities, all of that is personal property. Now, you should designate a beneficiary and an alternate beneficiary for everything that you want to give away. Now, a lot of people will say, I'm leaving all of my assets to my wife or to my husband. That's fine. That takes care of land and personal property. But if you are going to make designations among them, designate a beneficiary and an alternate beneficiary. And even if you want to leave everything to your spouse, designate an alternate, because your spouse may leave before you do. We don't know when either of you or the beneficiary is going to leave. So put alternate beneficiaries in. Now, in order for a will prepared by someone else to be valid, it must also designate an executor, and I strongly urge you also to designate an alternate executor. And the executor is the person who is going to be responsible for making sure all of your affairs are tied up and put in order. They have to, if you earn income in the year that you die, they have to file the income tax returns. They have to transfer title to any cars or any other items that you own. And they make sure that there is a final accounting. They pay off the bills that may be still out there that you owe, especially the last medical bills and the funeral bills, or whatever bills are caused upon your death, whether you want a funeral, a memorial service, cremation, or whatever. They're responsible for that. Now, I talk to people about personal property, but I'd like to take just a moment and say that I also plead with people, especially people in our community, to consider what I call legacy items, heirloom items, family historical items. We talk about, in the month of February, Black History Month, and that is important. But so many of our people don't understand the history that is encompassed in their own families. It is often found in simple things like quilts and letters, the old Bible. Correspondence between great aunts and uncles is incredible. I had the privilege of helping a lady the other day who brought in some documents that were necessary for us to do the work, that had a birth certificate that showed the parents of this woman being born in 1870 and 1873. And I'm thinking, this is just after the Civil War. They just made it by, or they would have been born into slavery. So just for a family to have literal, tangible documents about that history brings the history alive in ways that we don't often see. Now, And you can designate all of that in the will. You know, there are some people who only care about the money, they don't care about that old china and the Bible and what have you. But in every family, there's somebody who cares about it and who is the keeper of the legacy. So designate that person to receive that and hold it, and an alternate if there is one. Now, there are some ways that you can distribute your assets other than through a will. And they include designating beneficiaries, for instance, on life insurance policies. On your retirement and your pension plans, you can designate beneficiaries. As well, your 401k plans and any mutual funds, and sometimes even annuities. You can designate beneficiaries. And the beauty of that is that none of that goes through probate or goes through your estate, and those assets are immediately available to the beneficiaries upon the proof of the necessary proof that those plans require. For instance, the death certificate, and quite often, depending on the amount, you may have to do a medallion signature, which is you go into the office of the institution and get your signature notarized in their presence after presenting a proper identification. Another way of transferring assets without a will is by creating a joint tenancy with the right of survivorship. You can do it with respect to real property. You can do it on bank accounts. You can do it on other assets as well, as long as the title has joint with the right of survivorship. For instance, if you have property that you are wanting to give to your child or children jointly, if you want that property to be controlled by all of those persons after you go, you can put it to yourself and to those children as joint tenants with the right of survivorship, and immediately upon your death, that property then belongs to the children or to another individual. People who are married and who buy property together, if the deed on the property says joint tenants by the entirety, or if it says as husband and wife, it is also treated as property that passes immediately to the survivor upon death. Another way to transfer assets without going through a will is to designate an account as payable on death or transfer on death. And that's usually done with bank accounts and financial accounts. You can't do that with real estate. You have to use the technical terms joint tenancy with the right of survivorship for real property. And the difference is when it's a joint tenancy with the right of survivorship with you, you and that person or persons own the money jointly. If you, for instance, designate your bank accounts as payable on death, those persons do not own the property until you die. The advantage is, of course, that none of this has to go through any process. They get the money immediately. With the joint tenancy with the right of survivorship, if you are still alive and they are on the account, that gives them the legal authority to take care of matters while you are still alive. Let's say you become disabled and need to go to the nursing home, then they can continue to pay whatever bills you have, and you don't have to run down and get, or no one has to run down and get a guardian appointed for you. Now, I'm going to talk to you about trust, because a lot of people now are believing that if they put all that they have in a trust, their family won't have to go through probate. Maybe. Now, a trust is a legal document which creates a legal entity to hold property, and it owns the property. it is separate from you. You think about setting up a corporation. The corporation and the assets owned by the corporation are owned by the corporation. They're not owned by you. You may be a shareholder, but the corporation owns the property. And as a shareholder, you have some input into how the property is distributed. Likewise, with the trust, if you designate property to be put in a trust, that property is owned by the trust. Now, when you set up a trust, you designate a trustee to manage the trust. That could be you or anyone else that you want, but you also designate alternate trustees. Because if you set up what we call a revocable trust, you can change your mind and make changes to the trust. If you set up an irrevocable trust, once the property is in that trust, it is there forever and it is owned by the trust and it is governed by the terms of the trust. So if you set up a revocable trust and you put property in it, either real property or personal property, money, stock, whatever, if you put it in the trust, it belongs to the trust, and the trustee controls that money and those assets. The trust has a separate tax identification, and as such, it pays taxes on any income generated to the trust. Now, how does that happen? Let's say you own a lot of rental property. You want to put the rental property into the trust. Okay, you've got to get a deed from yourself to the trust, if you're doing this while you are alive. But if you have a will that says, I want to put everything that I own into the trust, then the only way that property gets into the trust is if you have the executor of that will do a deed from your estate to your trust. It then belongs to the trust. And technically, it doesn't go through probate, except the executor has to be appointed through the probate court. So you still have to have some involvement with the probate court. Now, if the rental property that you put in the trust generates income, you are going to have to pay taxes on that. And of course, if there are expenses, then those expenses get deducted from the trust income, not your individual taxes. And if you needed, for individual tax purposes, to do an offset for expenses and income, you won't be able to commingle your funds with the trust estate funds. Now, what are the advantages of a trust? Well, first and foremost, if you are really concerned about your personal property and who gets what and your real property, you can put it all in a trust. And aside from paying for the fees to set up your estate so that the executor can pay your income taxes and do whatever little final things need to be done with your estate, nobody else knows what your assets are. So it does allow that privacy for you. And I don't have many clients who fall into this category. But if your estate is worth, in 2024, $13,610,000, or if it's worth more than that, then you have to start worrying about estate taxes, federal estate taxes. But if it's worth less than that, you don't have to worry about estate taxes. So if you are thinking that you want to avoid federal death taxes or estate taxes, don't worry about that unless you got $13 million worth of assets. And some of you may, God bless you. Or, you know, you may hit the lottery. And of course, if you do, you might have more than $13 million and you need to be running to a financial advisor really quickly if you come into that kind of money. Now, as with the will, the trust document can set out how assets are to be distributed. You can put age limitations on when beneficiaries get money. You can fashion it in ways that otherwise might not be available to you in a will, but you get to control that. Most people, when they set up a revocable trust, name themselves as a first trustee, and then they put in successor trustees. And if you are a trustee and become incompetent, there are provisions in the trust which provide for who takes over the trust if you become unable to handle that. Now, another advantage is that there is little oversight by the courts with the trust. Once the trust is established and pays its taxes, there's very little that the courts are involved with. Now, the use of a trust may ensure generational wealth better. You know, if you've got younger people who you think might get your assets if you were to die and not leave it in a trust, and that they have not yet reached the point in their lives of maturity to handle the kind of money that you are going to give to them, having it in a trust and controlled by a trust may be of great benefit to extending the generational wealth there. Now, I want to caution you that there are some things that a trust will not ensure. And one of them is that just because you set up a trust, it doesn't mean that you will not have to go through probate. As I just explained, you've got to set up some kind of estate when you die because there are obligations. Now, when you set up that trust, if while you are living, whatever assets are in the trust, if they generate income, they're going to have to pay income taxes. If it's real property, you will have to pay real property out of the trust. So if you just put property in the trust and it's not generating income, then you got to figure out how to put enough money in the trust to pay the taxes. In the meantime, you are going to have to pay your individual income taxes. And if you maintain vehicles, if you don't put those vehicles in the trust, you're going, at the time of your death, your executor will need to transfer the title. And while people are living, most of them don't put vehicles in trust because, you know, vehicles, people change every 5 years, some people less, some people more. But if at the time you die, you have not put items in the trust, the title to those items will have to be transferred to the trust. And of course, there are some additional cost of administering the trust. If you've got to file a tax return for the trust, if there is income generated, you're going to have to pay the accountant to do that. And in the meantime, if you receive income in your name, not the trust name, but in your name on either a W-2 or a 1099, and that includes your Social Security payments if you get those, then you're going to have to file an income tax return on that. So in most instances, a trust could create more work for you than it might be worth, but it is an option, and I advise people that if that is what you want and you are sure that you want to do it, then we can. It costs you more to do a trust than it does to do a will because it's a more complicated document and a more involved document. But it does help in helping put you in a position where your assets are protected and covered. It's a real pleasure and an honor. It's a privilege, really, to be able to participate in the program with my distinguished colleagues, and I will be around to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you, panel, for that informative presentation. We know we can benefit from all that you have shared. And now, for our second group, we have representatives for long-term care, hospice palliative care, chaplain services, and Medicare. We have Kelvin Darden, Aaron DeMarco, Reverend Astra Aker, and Deaconess Shauna Barnes.
Good morning. My name is Kelvin Darden. I am the corporate administrator for Peak Resources Incorporated. By background, I'm also a nurse and a licensed nursing home administrator. Today, for the Prepare workshop, I am speaking on behalf of Preparing for Long-Term Care. This year, I'm grateful again for the opportunity for the Park Church having me here to be able to talk about this subject, as well as the other professionals that are part of this workshop. That are this is a tremendous opportunity to be here, as well as to be a part of this Prepare workshop, because I think that this is such a great idea that the Park Church has been doing for several years, and I'm grateful that, again, that you all have allowed me to come back. As I start my presentation this year, I did want to go about it a little different than I have in previous years before. I did want to start out with just a couple of scriptures real quick, just to talk about in preparing for long-term care. First scripture is 1 Corinthians 6 and 19 through 20, which says, "What? Know ye not that your body is a temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own? For you are bought with a price, and therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which is God's." Also, this morning, want to speak from a particular scripture as well, 3 John, the first chapter and second verse, which says, "Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prosper." And the last scripture, Proverbs 3, 7 through 8, which says, "Be not wise in thine own eyes. Fear the Lord and depart from evil. It shall be health to thy navel and marrow to thy bones." And in preparing for long-term care, of course, I do want to just kind of talk about when we look at preparing for long-term care, first of all, there are several different reasons why people end up in long-term care. As I have been a nurse now almost close to 30 years, it is not the same as what I started out coming straight out of nursing school close to 28 years ago, going straight into long-term care. The people that I took care of going into that nursing home then are not necessarily the people that I see now. As we go from year to year, the population of our nursing homes are now much younger than they were years ago back whenever I started out. And so I started out with these scriptures on today because in preparing for long-term care, I think it is wise that we take into consideration of what we do with our body that can sometimes prevent us from even ending up in long-term care institutions. I just want to talk about a couple of diseases, of course, and I'm sure that some of my other colleagues will mention these as well. But as we know that here in our African-American community, that obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and cancer, these are all contributing factors that are some of the common themes of some of the residents that are in some of our nursing homes. Of course, there are some other diseases as well, such as Alzheimer's, dementia, and things of that nature that we have amongst our population in nursing homes. But we do see that a lot of our younger population, we are seeing that some of the underlying diseases that have led them to having to end up in the nursing home are those that I just previously mentioned, which is, of course, obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and stroke. One of the things I do want to point out, as just we as a community, most of the times, what I have known of my history in the church, of course, church boy, a preacher's child, some of the worst meals being served have been served, but some of the best meals in the fellowship hall of the church, right? And so what we have done is we have our diets have not aligned up with the scripture that I just started out with about knowing that our bodies is a temple. It is not our own, and it belongs to God. And so in taking care of our bodies and things of that nature, knowing the diets that we eat, and just a good regimen of exercise and things of that nature, I think is one of the things I wanted to start out this year in preparing for long-term care, because you do not always have to end up in a nursing home just because you age. I do want to briefly talk about the different types of long-term care, because I do think that we often get confused when it comes to the different types of long-term care options that you do have. Number one, of course, there is independent living. That is simply just what it is, right? You live at home. You can live in a senior apartment. There are lots of communities now for 55 and older, and that means that you live on your own. You don't really need any help from anyone else. You could possibly have in-home home health or something like that, but primarily, you are independent and you are able to take care of yourself and provide for your own needs without the assistance of someone else. We have assisted livings as well. Oftentimes, this is most confused with skilled nursing facilities because they almost look just like a nursing home, right? There's one right around the corner here, and there are several others here in the city of Charlotte as well as in Mecklenburg County. And from the outside, most people would think that these are nursing homes until you get into the inside, because they're often built almost just like a nursing home. But the assisted living, those communities are not staffed with a nurse. They don't require the skills, the residents of the assisted living don't require the skills of a nurse 24 hours a day. So you may not have a nurse in the facility, but they do have to have a nurse on call in the event of emergency, because if there is some acute illness or something of that nature, a nurse has to be readily available to be able to provide some guidance for those residents, whether it be to send to the hospital or some other forms of health care needed. So in the assisted living, most times the staff members of the assisted living are medication techs. You will have some aides who might not be certified nursing assistants. They could just be care aides that are just trained in the basic functions of providing care at the assisted living. Oftentimes you will find that these are less costly than a nursing home, because the staff is not as skilled in the assisted living as it would be in a nursing home. And finally, where I'm going to spend the majority of my time on today is speaking in regards to skilled nursing homes, skilled nursing facilities. You may have heard that they're called several different things. We've put lots of fancy twists on skilled nursing facilities these days. Oftentimes you know them as nursing homes. We've got fancy, we call them rehab centers or whatever you want to call them, but at the end of the day, they're all licensed the same, and they are considered to be skilled nursing facilities. Here in the greater Charlotte area, we have well over 30, close to 36 nursing homes just in this one county. And you would say, why would you need so many nursing homes? Well, at the end of the day, what we do know is that most people are living longer than they have, and so these nursing homes now are, for the most part, we see that our capacity somewhere runs in the 70s to 80%. Most times across the county, that is a good average of the occupancy level of our nursing homes. I do want to talk about how people generally end up in nursing homes. Most times, the majority of our people who end up in nursing homes, you didn't wake up that morning and decided that that was what you was going to do, right? Most of the time, you had some acute illness or something that happened, whether it be an accident, a fall, or a planned surgery or something of that nature that led you to have to make a decision to go to a nursing home. What we find is that because there's such a short amount of time prior to that incident occurring, you've not thought anything about having to go to a nursing home, right? Because, that is really nobody's plan in life to end up in a nursing home. But just knowing that as we are all aging and we all do have we could end up in a nursing home, we just now in workshops like this, it just helps us to think about that if it was the case that you had to end up somewhere, where would you go, right? Most times people will want to choose the most fanciest one, the one that looks the best from the outside, or maybe has a very nice furniture and things of that nature, but that does not indicate that that particular facility is providing quality care. We, as an industry, we are judged by our certain measures that the federal government has put in place, which is called a 5-star rating. There's an overall 5-star rating that is based off of 3 components, one being health inspections, and that is by the state visiting these facilities. And from the outcome of those inspections, we are then graded over the past 3 years of health inspections that gives us either a 1 through a 5 being the highest star rating for a health inspection. Also, for our quality measures, those are the cumulative average of the number of residents that we take care of in our facilities and how well we take care of those. And then there's the staffing portion. Those 3 components added in together to give us our overall our overall star rating for our nursing homes. And so that star rating can change from month to month based off what has happened in that particular nursing home. And so a nursing home that could be a 5-star nursing home this month, from 1 month to the next, that could change, and it could be now a 4-star nursing home. And so what I would say to you is that there is a website called Nursing Home Compare, where you are able to look and see if there's a particular nursing home that you are may be interested in choosing. If you have to make that option, you would want to do your research to make sure that you are aware of where you may be going if you have to end up in a nursing home. Just knowing your benefits, that's also another thing. I'm not going to go too heavily into the qualifications of benefits, but just knowing your own benefits, right? What insurance do you have? What are the coverages that you have? And what will it pay for in the event that you do need to go to a nursing home? We found out that most people don't even know that there may be a co-insurance for your insurance if you happen to end up in a nursing home. And not all insurances authorize you to even go to a nursing home if you need to. If you happen to have a fall or some type of injury and now you're in the hospital, you then have to be authorized by your insurance, if that is a Humana, a Blue Cross Blue Shield, if it's United Healthcare. Those insurance companies, which are most commonly known as Medicare Advantage plans, have to authorize your stay in a nursing home. And then we, as a provider, have to provide updates on a weekly basis on your progression. And if you continue to make progress at that particular point, then they continue to authorize your stay in a nursing home. And if you just have plain old Medicare, most people are familiar with Medicare because that's, of course, an age-in insurance, federal insurance program that at the age of 65, you're guaranteed to be able to be in that. And then there are some other qualifications if you are disabled for a certain number of years that will allow you to then qualify for Medicare. Medicare is, of course, a government insurance that will cover the first 20 days in a nursing home at 100%. Days 21 through 80, there's an 80% coverage by Medicare, and then there is a 20% coverage, which is commonly known as a co-insurance, which currently right now is at $204 a day that you are responsible for if you are in the nursing home under Medicare. Most people are not even aware what that coverage is because, you've not even thought that far in advance in regards to if that was to happen to you, and then how would you pay for being in a nursing home. I will say, the most common misconception that we see is because if someone has Medicare, they commonly come in thinking that, well, I have 100 days of Medicare. And that is true to some sense. You have up to 100 days of Medicare, provided that there is a continued skilled service need to remain in that nursing home. A nursing home means that you require the services of a nurse, a licensed nurse, whether it be an LPN or a registered nurse, 24 hours a day. That is the difference between a nursing home and an assisted living because, again, therefore, as I stated earlier, an assisted living may not even have a nurse inside the building, but we are required by law to have a nurse in that facility 24 hours a day. And there is even another level of law that says that we have to have a minimum of 8 hours of an RN in that nursing home for 7 days a week. And there are penalties for us if we do not have that, and unless we have filed for certain waivers and exclusions from that. One of the things I want to just kind of say in regards to if you happen to, one, have to go to a nursing home, some of the expectations of what to expect when you get there. Most people come in expecting that you're going to get, this private room, realizing we are a nursing home, we're not a hotel, and so we are a step down from the hospital, and so, of course, hospital beds are not comfortable, and oftentimes neither are nursing home beds either. Hospital food is normally not that great, and for the most part, I will honestly say that because we have to cook for a number of various different illnesses and conditions that, of course, our food is going to be more on the bland side. We're not seasoning food as you would season it at home with, of course, smoked meats and ham hocks and things of that nature. It is not going to be like you cook at home. It is going to be made based off of your physician recommended diet. So if you at home, if the doctor said that you would be best benefited with your diabetes to be on a low carb diet, well, if you come to the nursing home, we're going to provide what the doctor ordered, which is going to be that low carb diet. Now, whether or not you follow that at home, that'll be on you. But at the nursing home, we are bound by law to follow the physician's recommendations and orders, and so we will be providing you what your doctor ordered, which would be best for whatever condition that you had. If it's a low-salt diet, of course, we will not provide you, most likely, salt on your dinner tray, because if the doctor's recommending you not to have salt, then we'll be going against the doctor's orders by giving you salt. So just taking those things into consideration, it's not that we're trying to make your life miserable, but at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to follow the physician's recommended orders when you enter the nursing home. Oftentimes, people, they think that you're not going to have smells. Well, I say this, and I have said this every year that I come to the Prepare workshop. At any given time in every one of our homes, there's going to be a smell, right? Because we all have, our bodies have to eliminate certain waste and toxins. And of course, so if caught at the right time in your home, you're going to have a smell. And if you, at the right time in the nursing home, you may have a smell as well. Now, what I will warn you against is that there are differences in the types of smells that I will caution you against. Number one, if it's a bowel movement, we all have a bowel movement, right? And so that is common for us to do that. Some people are much more regular than others. So at whatever given point, at some time during the day, you're going to, eliminate waste. But I will caution you if you are in a nursing home and there is a strong smell of urine, because urine most often does not smell unless that urine has dried. And so that is probably somewhere that you would probably not want to be, and you would probably not want for your loved one to be there either, because that means that urine has sat there for an extended period of time. And so you would want to caution that if you smell strong smells of urine in the nursing home, that is probably not a place that you want to be. I will say that frequently visiting your family members at nursing homes. At the end of the day, there is nobody that can replace you and the love that you give and provide to your family members. Although they are staff members there 24 hours a day, we find that most of the residents progress very well when there is heavy family involvement, not distractions, heavy family involvement, that you are a good support system to your loved one there in the nursing home. If you are invited to care conferences, attend those. It is for you to know what's going on with your family member there in the nursing home. You have the whole team around there where you're able to ask questions about what's going on with your loved one, and you get answers back, right? So you're not having to wonder about what's going on, but you can get clear answers in regards to what is going on with your loved one. I will also caution you on just a couple other things, right? Most times we find that if you were having an issue with a loved one at home and they were frequently falling, and so now here they are at the nursing home, right? And so you're upset the very first time that they fell at the nursing home. Well, what I will say, there was no way for you to keep them from falling at home, and oftentimes if you had trouble with impulse control and keeping them from waiting for you to help them, it is the same person that we're dealing with, right? So that we may also have that same trouble as well. It's not that it is not that we're trying to not keep that person safe, but if this was this person's routines at home, they're more than likely going to be this person's routines at the nursing home as well. When you get to the nursing home, you want to know what the staffing ratios are. I would say that a good nursing aide ratio is from 1 to around 10 to 12. That is a good ratio for a nursing assistant. For a nurse, you will find that somewhere around 1 to 20. Sometimes you may have 25 residents. Now you realize that there are probably several nursing aides assigned to those 25 residents and one nurse. But the one nurse is not going to be providing the bulk of the direct care. That will be provided by the nursing assistant, and then the skills provided by the nurse, licensed nurse, which most likely do not take as long as the skills provided by the nursing aide. So you do want to know what the staffing ratios are. And again, just as a quick tip for you to notice is that we, by law, have to post that in a visible place within the nursing home. So you're able to find out what that staffing ratios are for that nursing home by simply walking in the lobby or close to the nursing station somewhere, and that should be posted every day of what our current number of residents that we have in the facility, as well as the number of nurses that we have scheduled for each shift, as well as the nursing aides. I will also, just warn you and just caution you that as we see that there is a shortage of staff in various other industries, we are not unlike any other industry. We do also struggle with staffing. Just being totally transparent, but we're not the only industry. That is common amongst most industries these days of struggling with staffing. And of course, I often say, if I could figure out how these people are not able to work, then, I'd be the rich one too. But we do struggle with staffing. And so what I will say is that we are seeing a turn for the better in that particular area. We went through several years of COVID, and of course the government was giving several health industries all of these COVID monies and add-ons to rates. Those have gone away. Did COVID leave? No, it has not gone away, but we have figured out now that we're gonna have to live with COVID, and so we work around that. We don't shut down facilities these days for COVID. If there's someone with COVID, of course, we do isolate, but it does not prevent you from visiting in that nursing home. If there's a particular case of COVID, we do the isolation and things of that nature to make sure that you are safe as well as that person. I do just want to let you know again that the nursing home industry, and most people do not realize this, but the nursing home industry is one of the highest regulated industries in the United States. It used to be second to nuclear weapons, but here over the last 3 to 4 years, the nursing home industry has become the most highest regulated industry in the United States. There are over 400 or 500 regulations that we have to abide by. Oftentimes, we are not given a pass because at the end of the day, you don't want us to have one because there is a life attached to every instance that the facility fails to follow that regulation. So, of course, you don't want it to be, something that is brushed under the rug because there are lives attached to the failure to follow the regulations. And so, one of the things that I always say to the staff in our nursing homes, as well as anybody else that I have the opportunity to speak to, is that my theory is that we operate every day doing the right thing. And in doing that, and always doing the right thing, you never have to go back and try to fix things, because in doing the right thing, you're going to make sure that you abide by your policies and procedures to ensure that those residents that you are entrusted to take care of, that you are providing quality care for those residents. Oftentimes, again, like I said, we are not really prepared for that, and you are most times given a list of nursing homes when you are at the hospital that these are the ones that have offered beds for you, and of course you're having to make a quick decision. I would say visit those nursing homes before you make that decision, because you understand that you are putting either your loved one's life or your own life in the hands of these people inside of that nursing home, and you want to be sure that wherever you choose is going to be able to meet your needs. They're going to be able to provide the care that you need in order to be able to get better, to return home, or if you have to remain into that nursing home for long term, that's going to be a place that you want to be. That there's a good activities programs. When you go in, what does the staff look like? Does everybody look mad? Or do they look like that they enjoy what they're doing? What do the residents look like? Do they look like they're unkept? Their hair is not combed, their face is not shaved, they don't look neat. If they're not, you want to think about the fact that that could be you. So if you go into visit that nursing home and everybody seems to be having a good day, they're smiling and you hear laughter and things of that nature, that that might be a good environment for you or your family member to be in. If the residents look well kept, then more than likely they're going to, if you have to end up there or your family member, then your family member will be well kept. Just because you end up in a nursing home does not mean that you cannot request a transfer either. There are oftentimes that there is not a bed available at the nursing home closest to your home, and so you may end up having to go somewhere else. And then again, I would say you may not want to end up in the nursing home closer to your home. Just depends, because that might not be the best one. So it might be worth the drive to go to the one a little further if it's going to provide the quality care. But I do want to say, is that workshops like this help us to be able to think consciously now in regards to our aging parents, as well as ourselves, that in the event that if it came to you had to make that decision, you would have the information that you need to be able to make a wise decision for you and for your family, to choose whether it be sometimes the best option is to take care of your family member at home. We do know that there's caregiver fatigue, and so it gets to the point that is past what you can have the capacity to do, and then that is where assisted livings and nursing homes do come into play, because if it's past what you're able to provide at home, if it's come such a burden on the family to be able to properly care for that person at home, then make that decision to possibly the nursing home or an assisted living. I will say again, just make sure that if that is you, that you have expressed your wishes as well. I know that there are going to be other people that will talk about how to be able to do that in a legal way, but it's much easier for your family to make a decision regarding you when it comes to nursing homes, things of that nature, if you verbalize that as well as have that in writing when it comes time to make those decisions for you. Again, I want to thank the P.R.E.P.A.R.E Church for having me here today, giving me the opportunity to speak in regards to long-term care. Again, you know, like as I stated earlier, it's not no one's dream or goal for the day to have to end up at a nursing home. But if that happens to become something that you have to choose, you just want to know what your options are. And I hope something that I've said today has given you some information to be able to make a wise decision in regards to choosing the right path for long-term care and how to prepare for that if that becomes in your future. Thank you, P.R.E.P.A.R.E Church, and thank you for this opportunity.
Hi, my name is Erin DeMarco, and I am an account manager with P.R.E.P.A.R.E Partners. We were formerly Hospice and Palliative Care Charlotte Region, and we recently changed names over the summer of 2023, and we're now known as P.R.E.P.A.R.E Partners. We are honored and privileged to serve our community and our patients and many, many, many families in the area with hospice and palliative care services. P.R.E.P.A.R.E Partners is a nonprofit organization. We've been around for quite some time, started in a small basement of a church in Myers Park, and we've just grown over the years in working with families and various areas and communities each year. Right now, we service 32 counties, with our hub being right here in Mecklenburg County. We are honored to be a part of this presentation today, to share a little bit about us, to share a little bit about our services, and how we can be a resource for you and your families and anyone that may have questions about the services that we offer. We do provide two services, hospice and palliative care services. They may be both in our service area, but they are both very different services. I'll start first with palliative services. Palliative care is a big growing name that you may have heard if you've gone to the doctor's office or if you've been to a hospital. It is a growing specialty, and we are so excited to have it as a growing specialty because it is a way where our team of physicians and our team of nurse practitioners can get involved in helping you liaison with your care in certain areas of where there's a lot of different comorbid conditions going on, a lot of different disease states going on, and you're just in and out of the doctor's offices, you're in and out of the hospitals, and you need an extra additional service to kind of help you navigate the complex conditions going on. Palliative is a specialty, so just like if you were to go to your oncologist, to go to a cardiologist, or a neurologist, that is a specialty, just like palliative care. Now, the biggest difference with palliative care services and why it's becoming a growing specialty is it is an overview of all going on clinically with you. So often tell our families or patients, palliative care is at the top of that umbrella, looking down at everything going on. So many of our patients have a lot of complex conditions going on, from dementia, cancer, cardiovascular disease, different disease states that are gonna decline in time, and we just need a navigator to help navigate everything going on. Many palliative care patients may have been in and out of the hospital several times, they've had several falls, and their medication list just keeps growing and growing and growing. Our palliative care patients often have big families who maybe have different ideas of goals of care. So we step in and we offer some of that consultation piece with helping manage a family dynamic, with making sure everybody understands what's going on with their loved one. Our palliative nurse practitioners can also help with medication management. So no matter if you've been to one hospital system or another hospital system or have several doctor's appointments going on all at one time, palliative care can step in and offer that overview of what's going on with your conditions, your in and out of the hospital stay, and also help with a family understanding what's going on with your disease state and trying to help with maybe any hard decisions coming up, such as advanced directives and some of those forms and paperwork that need to be filled out. Now, palliative care is not your primary care physician. We work with your primary care physician in making sure they're always communicated with and always receive the notes from our visits. One amazing thing that palliative care can offer is we come to you. So we come to the home for your appointment. So our nurse practitioner will set up an appointment with what works best for you and your family if they want to attend, and we set up a consultation. That consultation can last about 90 minutes or so. We're making sure we go over all the records and all the complexity of what's happened maybe in and out of the hospital or what's going on with your disease state. We gather all the doctor's information so we're up to date on everything that everyone who's caring for you. After that consult, we will come visit you about every 4 to 6 weeks. We are only a specialist, so we're not in and out of the home every week with palliative care, but we are an overview and we're there as a resource. If things do decline, you can call us and we can move those appointments up if needed, but our visits for palliative care in the home are offered almost every 4 to 6 weeks, or what works best for you and your family. Palliative care is often what we call a precursor to hospice services. Palliative care, the biggest thing is you can stay on all aggressive measures. So if you're receiving physical therapy, if you're receiving dialysis, if you're seeing an oncologist for chemotherapy or radiation, you can still receive palliative care, and insurance will bill and cover those services. So that way we can guide you while you're going through those complex treatments and be there as a resource for you under palliative care. As I mentioned a couple minutes ago, that palliative can be a precursor to hospice. Some of our patients are on palliative care for days, and some of them for years and years prior to their decline. But we're here to serve you, and we're here as a resource for you. Some physicians will prescribe palliative care after a hospital stay or after a complex condition or a hard diagnosis, but you can ask your physician about palliative care services as well. It is a billable service and it is a specialty, and most physicians will honor that request. Now, transferring over more to hospice services, hospice is defined as a 6-month life expectancy or less. Now, we can't be the judge of what that life expectancy may be, but there are guidelines and criteria that physicians and Medicare and insurance companies use to meet criteria if we think someone may be hospice eligible. The biggest piece of hospice, it is comfort measures only. We are there to support you, to make you comfortable, to show you the dignity and honor that you have earned over years and years, and to be there with you. Hospice is a comfort measure service only. We do work with your medications, and we do always make sure that you are as comfortable as possible and your wishes and your family's wishes are met. Once a patient decides to go on hospice services, all aggressive measures do have to go away. So our patients do have to come off of physical therapy. They do have to come off of chemotherapy, radiation, dialysis, or any aggressive measures, because they're fully electing to come over to help us manage their comfort care and to prescribe those medications that are needed. Hospice is a covered Medicare benefit, And Medicare does take good care of their hospice patients. We work with the medications, we work with any durable medical equipment coming into the home or into the nursing homes or into the assisted livings, which we go wherever our patients are at. We come to you with our services, and we want you to age in your home wherever that home may be. Hospice is comfort measures only, and most families want their family member comfortable. Most patients want their family member comfortable. It is a service that is made up of our team of providers. And what that looks like, if you do elect to come under hospice services, or you know somebody that could benefit from hospice, is you have access to a nurse, which becomes your primary case manager nurse, a social worker to help you navigate some of those difficult and end-of-life decisions that you may need to make, access to certified nursing assistants. These amazing nurses will come into the home and help with bathing, help with anything clinical that needs to happen on a weekly basis to help the family members and the patients. Also, the option of hospice, you can elect a chaplain, and our hospice chaplains are amazing. They come into the home and they support our families, they love on the families, they love on the patients, and they are there to support you at the end of life. After hospice services and our patients may pass away, we offer up to a year of grief counseling for our families and their loved ones. We don't cut our families off at a year. We will continue to support them as long as they need our grief services. We do offer early bereavement sometimes when children are younger in the home or a family member needs early bereavement sooner than expected. Our grief services will continue to be there to support our family and loved ones as long as you need them. The hospice benefit comprises of all that I just spoke about, the entire team taking care of the patient to all the way through the end of life after our patients pass, and the grief is there, and we help walk our families through that. Hospice, it can sometimes get a name of fearful name of, oh, it's only the very last hours or the last days. And I get that question a lot. And we're trying to reach out into our communities and reach out to families in the area to let them know hospice can be there sooner, so we can set up a plan and establish a relationship with you and your family. And sometimes it is the last hours, and sometimes it is the last days. But the earlier we can work with our hospice patients, the smoother sometimes things can go as we work with that family, understand that patient, and work with everybody involved, making sure we can provide the best care possible. Probably the number one thing I get from a family after hospice is, I really wish I would have elected hospice sooner, or I really wish I would have known about hospice and everything that it could have helped me with along the way. It's probably the number one thing that I'll have families come up and explain to me or tell me after a loved one passes, what amazing service it was and how it helped them, and it helps them navigate through all the complex issues that they were dealing with as they navigated that decline for their loved one. We meet families wherever they're at with both of our services, whether a patient's in a home setting, whether a patient's in a nursing home, or a patient is in an assisted living or independent living, we come to you. The last piece of continuum that we get asked a lot about is our hospice houses. And we do have hospice houses in our area. We have several locally, and they are there to serve our patients in certain situations when we need to send a family member there, a current patient. And our staff is 24/7 there to help with any pain or symptom management needs. And sometimes it does become their last stay and their terminal stay. Sometimes, however, our patients are controlled and we get the pain modified and controlled at the hospice house where they're comfortable again and they want to go home. And so our goal is always to get them back to where they were living and where they're most comfortable. And oftentimes our patients will go home even after a short-term hospice house stay. We at VIA Health Partners are here to support you and to honor you and to love on you and to provide anything for end-of-life care that we can help with, from our continuum of our palliative care services all the way to our hospice services. Hospice can be a beautiful service, it can be a beautiful offering, and it's an earned benefit that our members have and our patients have earned over time. And that's what we always tell our patients. This is our chance to serve you back and to honor you back and to bring you dignity and honor. We are here as a resource. Anytime that you need, feel free to reach out to VIA Health Partners if you have questions, if you want to understand more about our services. We serve all patients here in the Mecklenburg County area, and you can ask your doctor for a referral for either service, or you can be a self-referral, which is the wonderful thing about our services. We also do set up information visits, so if you ever had a question or concern, or all you have to do is put in an inquiry, an email, a call to our team, and someone like myself will come by and provide you every piece of information that you need and answer all your questions. Thank you for having me here today. I really appreciate it. It's been an honor.
Hello, I'm Astra Aker, and I am a chaplain at Atrium Health, CMC Maine in Charlotte, North Carolina. And I just want to thank the Park Church again for having me to come and talk about chaplain services as well as caring for the caregiver. I don't take this lightly, and I'm very excited about being able to talk to you all about this particular topic. So chaplain services, what is a chaplain? So chaplains are people that care for the spiritual aspects of a person. We have chaplains everywhere. You'll see chaplains in the hospital. You'll see chaplains in corporate America. We have sports chaplains, police chaplains. They're all over the place. So chaplains are basically just those people that help to care for a person holistically. No matter where they are. As I said before, I'm a hospital chaplain. I work in the emergency department. And so I'm there every day, and I see a lot of different things that come in. But one of the things that I am mainly there for is to be a support. I am there to support a person's beliefs, a person's traditions, a person's rituals that will help them along their road to recovery. So if a person comes in and they have certain things that they need, whether it be like a rosary or a specific type of Bible, or just to be able to have space to be able to do the things that they find life-giving for themselves, I am there to help them along that way. I'm also there to help to connect them with their faith group. So whether that be me calling the priest for someone because they need a priest to come in and give rites or give some sort of ritual, I can call them. I can contact the synagogue for people or find an imam. I can get you a rosary, those types of things. I am there to help support you while you're in the hospital so that you can have that holistic aspect cared for while you're there. I'm also there as an advocate. So as an advocate, I am there to create a safe space for you to be able to share what your fears are, what your concerns are. If you just want to talk about whatever it is that you're going through, I am there to be that advocate. I am there to also go to the staff and be able to help them understand what it is that you need so that not only are you being cared for physically or being cared for emotionally or mentally, but you're also being able to be cared for spiritually. As a chaplain, I'm also a stand-in for clergy. When people come into the hospital, sometimes they don't have a clergy member that's able to come from their faith group. So I can be that person that is there for them, to just be with them, sit with them, pray with them, listen to them, whatever it is that they need. That is also one of the things that I am there for. During COVID, we had a lot of people that would come into the hospital and they weren't able to have family members with them. They weren't able to have clergy come in and sit with them and see them and be able to talk and pray with them. So the chaplain was the one that was there with them as they went to test or sat and listened to the doctor, and also was there just to pray with them before surgeries or anything like that. So that's one of the things that we do as well. Also, one of the main things that you will see a chaplain do, especially in the hospital, is to assist family members when their loved one dies. And so I am there to assist them, to be a support, to be a comfort when they actually are informed of that news, and also to be able to help them to name the next steps. So funeral homes, telling them about what funeral homes are in the area, what will happen if they have to go to the medical examiner, or whatever those situations are. I am there to help answer those questions and to be there as a listening ear and as a ministry of presence. And that ministry of presence is basically the hallmark of everything that a chaplain does. It's just being there. I like to call it climbing in the ditch with someone. You're stepping into that person's circumstance, and you're there as a calming presence in the midst of chaos. You're there during stressful times, sometimes their most stressful times, their worst period in their life. And so the main thing is just to be a calming presence, just to sit and be with them wherever they happen to be. We also assist with advanced directives, so I'm sure you'll hear more about that or have heard more about that along this panel. But advanced directives, healthcare power of attorneys, those are the people that you name that you would want them to be able to speak on behalf of you if you were not able to speak for yourself. Living wills, we are there to assist you. We have paperwork that we can bring so that you can read through, that you can name those people, that you can state what your wishes are and the things that you want, so that you can have those things in place. Because you want to have those things in place ahead of time. Be able to be prepared, like this workshop is called, to be able to have those things readily available, so that in the event that something happens, they can pull it up and say, yes, this is what they wanted, this is what she said that she wanted, and have that person enact your wishes. And that takes a lot of stress off of the family members, because one of the things I hear is if someone is not necessarily progressing, one of the things that the family member will say is, I don't want to pull the plug on them. I don't want to be the person that takes my family member's life. And so when you're able to have those advanced directives there, you're not making that decision. You're basically just saying what that person wanted. You're basically just speaking for them to say, this is what they said, so this is what they want to happen. And I always like to tell people that, we don't take anybody's life, because whether that ventilator is in or whether it's out, it's God is the only one that's going to have that final say. And so we're there to be that support, to be that listening ear, and help them along that time. We're also there for staff. One of the things that I primarily do, especially in the emergency department, is I am a support for the staff, because as a staff person, we deal with a lot of different things. And so when we're getting ready to talk about caregiving, caregivers are not just people that care for a family member that's sick or something like that. A caregiver can be those that give out and pour out on a daily basis, because you're caring for other people. You're in that spot. So a teacher is a caregiver because they're caring for the students that are in their care at that particular moment. We as staff in the hospital, we are caregivers because we're caring for you. And so we have to be able to care for ourselves so that we can continue to pour out to other people. And so I, as a chaplain in the emergency department, am a caregiver for our staff, but I am there as a support for them to be able to voice their concerns, voice their complaints. When we experience death from patients as well, it affects us. It affects the family, but it affects us too. And so we have to be able to process those things and be able to talk about those things. So that is something that a chaplain is there to do. One of the misconceptions of a chaplain is most people will think, when I see the chaplain, it's terrible, right? It's bad news. This is not good news. But as I've just spoke about, we do a lot of different things. So if you happen to see a chaplain come in, it doesn't necessarily mean bad news. We may be there just to check on you, just to see if there's anything that you need. Sometimes I can be a liaison between the families and the staff. If you've had somebody come in for a traumatic situation, the doctors are not able to update you right away. And so I may be the one that comes out and just to let you know, hey, we're working on everything, and as soon as they're able to come out and update you, they will be able to come out and update you and get you water and take you to a safe space where you're able to sit and wait to get that update. So there are a lot of things that we do along the gamut of chaplaincy. Going into caring for the caregiver, as I stated before, as a caregiver in any capacity, whether it is family members that are sick or you're in some type of position that causes you to care for people, you have to be able to care for yourself. The old adage says that you cannot pour from an empty cup, and that is true. A lot of times as chaplains, when people are in the hospital with their loved ones, I have to remind them, like, did you eat something today? Did you get some rest? We have to be able to take care of ourselves so that we are able to care for someone else. We will not be effective if we are not paying attention to our own needs. And one of the misconceptions of caring for yourself as a caregiver is that you don't want to be selfish. I hear that a lot. Well, I don't want to be selfish. If I think about going home and getting some rest when they're sick or different things like that, then I'm being selfish. But self-care is not selfish. Self-care is actually self-love. It is loving yourself enough to care for yourself, and knowing that it is one of the best acts of care that you can give another person. Because if you're taking care of yourself and at the top of your game, then you're able to give the best of yourself in care for the other person. But also understanding that caring for other people is not easy. It's not easy. When you're caring for, especially a sick family member, when you see the changes that are happening in that person, that's not easy to see. There's a shift sometimes in the roles. Sometimes you are caring for a parent, and that is something that's new for you, having to be able to direct them and let them know what needs to happen or what doesn't need to happen. That can take a toll on you as well. And so you want to be able to be present with them. You want to be able to be gentle with them, and that requires you to get the things that you need. When you're caring for a loved one, sometimes there is an interruption in the regularly scheduled programming of your life. We all have our schedule, we all have our rituals and things that we do on a daily basis. But when you're caring for someone, all of that gets interrupted because you may have doctor's appointments, you may have different things that you're doing, you may have someone coming to live with you, and that disrupts your household, and you have to figure out a whole nother way of being. And so all of that creates stress. Sometimes it can be all-consuming when you're caring for someone else. It seems like that may be the only topic of conversation that anybody wants to talk about, is what's going on with that particular loved one. When are the doctor's appointments? And you can lose sight of yourself. And so it's very important to be able to pay attention to your body, pay attention to the things that you need, and to continue to do the things that bring you life, that bring you a sense of peace and a sense of calm, so that you can continue to be your best self. One of the ways that we can do that is by making sure we understand what the signs of caregiver stress is. And so some of the signs of caregiver stress are feeling overwhelmed, feeling like you just have so much going on, you just can't, figure everything out. You don't know if you're coming or going. That is a sign of stress. Feeling overly tired, sleep disturbances, you may feel tired, but you're not able to sleep because you have so much going on, so many racing thoughts because you're trying to keep up the to-do list, trying to keep up with everything that's going on. So you're tired because you're doing way more than what you would normally do, but at the same token, your sleep may be disturbed. You might have trouble going to sleep. You might have trouble staying asleep. And so those are things that you need to pay attention to if that has not been something that you have struggled with before, but all of a sudden you're starting to struggle, then you need to take a look at it. Eating disturbances. Sometimes you may forget to eat because you're so busy doing things for other people that you may not be eating like you should. Also, not only eating, but eating the right things. When you're on the go, a lot of times it's easy to run through a drive-through or get things that are not necessarily healthy. So if you're in that particular situation where you are taking people to doctor's appointments or doing different things, you might want to have some snacks that you keep in the car that are healthy for you, that you are able to snack on. Keep something in your purse so that if you happen to have to take somebody to a doctor's appointment or take somebody to the hospital or take somebody wherever it is and you're there for longer than you anticipated, you have something with you that you're able to snack on instead of just grabbing something. So making sure that you keep up your proper nutrition so that your body stays the way that it should stay so that you can do the things you need to do. Another thing is increased irritability. When things are changing and going on, sometimes we can become irritable or stressed. And so when you're able to recognize those things, you can say, hey, I need to take a look at this. I'm snapping at everybody. I don't have the patience that I used to have. And sometimes people will be able to see that in you. As I talked about before, as a chaplain, I care for the staff. And so when I'm caring for the staff, if I go in and I'm talking to that staff member and I notice that somebody who is usually nice on a regular basis is snapping everybody's head off, I kind of pull them to the side and say, hey, are you okay? Do you need a break? What's going on with you? And so there might be people in your life that if you're in that particular situation that you might want to call on and ask, hey, can you be an accountability partner for me? Can you make sure that I'm taking care of myself? You know, if you want to ask me, did I eat? Am I sleeping? Those types of things. When you see something that's different about me, will you let me know? Because sometimes we're not able to recognize those things in ourselves, and it's good to have someone that can recognize those things for us. I'll speak a little bit about my own experience as a caregiver. My mom was diagnosed in 2018 with lung cancer and stomach cancer. And by October 2018, she was in hospice. So sometimes things happen very, very quickly. And that's what happened with us. It was like one moment we found out that this was going on, and the next moment she was in hospice. And so the turnaround was like so quick, and it was hard to get our footing. And so you have to be able to have some things in place so that you can start along the journey and it's not as difficult as it could be. So being able to have those advanced directives, being able to have those wheels in place and know where all of the things are, being able to have a list of your medications and different things, whatever that someone needs when they have to be able to step in for you, will be very helpful. My mother had all of that stuff already done. She had her advance directive. She had already said what she wanted and what she didn't want. She had her will done. She had a whole list of all of her bills laid out, what her accounts were, all of those different things, and it made it so much easier to be able to step into that role because she already had those things in place. Being able to have those hard conversations with people now before you get to a place where you have to have the conversation is a good thing. And I know that sometimes we find those things uncomfortable. We don't want to talk about those things because we don't want to think that those things will ever happen. But they do happen, and we have to be able to talk about them when we are in a good spot, so that when we get to a place where we need them, we have already talked about them, we already know what they are, and we can move on from there. It's very important for you to have an outlet. When you're dealing with different things as a caregiver, you need to be able to have an outlet, whether that be a therapist, counseling, a good friend. You need to be able to have someone that you can speak to, where you can talk about the feelings that you're having, the fears that you're having, with no judgment at all. And I know that the Park Church does have a counseling ministry that's second to none. So being able to reach out to someone and say, hey, I need to talk through this. I'm going through a rough time. I need to be able to have some additional help with a sounding board. You might need to have that outlet. That is very important. Also, continuing your daily rituals. So as much as possible, when you're a caregiver, making sure that you stay on your daily rituals, make sure you stay on schedule as much as possible. There are going to be bumps in the road. There are going to be things that will change. But if you can stay on that schedule, that will help you a lot to be able to deal with the things that you're dealing with. So making sure you keep your doctor's appointments, making sure you do all the things that you are supposed to do. Keep up with the things that are going on with the kids. Make sure you can do all of those things in addition. If you keep on a schedule, that will help you a lot instead of trying to figure out and feel overwhelmed with everything that you have to do. When you have a schedule, it will help you to stay on task. Making sure that you have time for yourself, just to be able to sit and do the things that you like to do. So whatever it is, those activities that you have that bring you life, that bring you joy, whether it's going and having a spa day, or whether it's going and playing basketball, or video game, whatever it is that you like to do, going to hear a concert, going to the park, having lunch with friends. Try to incorporate those things and keep those things incorporated as much as possible. You may have to finagle some things. You may have to move some things around because things will look a little bit different. But if you are able to make sure that you keep that time for yourself, then you won't lose yourself in the process of caring for someone else. If possible, ask for help. You can't do everything on your own. So if you ask for help, whether that be from family members, or whether that be talking with the palliative team or hospice team to find out ways that they can offer respite, but be able to ask for help. And if you have the luxury of having people in your family that you're able to share these tasks with, then it's helpful for that. If you can split time up, where you have some people, come in on certain days, or they do the daytime and you do the evening, or you do the weekends and they do the week, that helps to be able to keep everybody on task, and it doesn't put all the burden on one particular person. So don't be afraid to ask for help. And then when you ask for help, don't micromanage. Let them handle it. When it's their turn, let them handle it. I know that sometimes we feel like it won't get done the way I want it done, or it won't get done the way I do it, or I do. Don't do that. Don't micromanage. Let them handle it. You handle it when you're there. You let them handle it when they're there. So being able to split up that time. One of the ways that we can care for ourselves that we don't think about is, again, having those discussions ahead of time before you get there, being fully informed as possible. And that's why I'm really glad that we have these panels here at the Park Church, because it's hard sometimes to be able to want to have that discussion, but to sit down when nothing's going on and just say, hey, if something was to happen to you, what would you want to have done? What is your ideal of things to have done, so that I know in the event? Being able to tell your family what you would want in that event, knowing that medical history of that person. Have they had surgeries? When have they had procedures? Knowing their medication list, all the dates of the procedures that they've had will help you in the event that you have to do that. And it's so easy, it's so much better to have that when there's not a crisis going on, so that you can actually hear what the person has to say and be able to ask questions as needed. Also understanding what your employer provides. So we all sometimes know about FMLA, the Family Medical Leave Act, but also knowing how that works. Sometimes you think about FMLA as taking extended time off of work, but there's also called something that is intermittent FMLA, and that's what I took when my mother was sick. She lived an hour and 20 minutes away, and I couldn't necessarily take off that entire time, so I was able to take intermittent FMLA. And what that meant was I was able to take her to a doctor's appointment. So if she had a pop-up doctor's appointment that I had to take her to, all I had to do was call my employer and say, hey, I've got to take my mother to the doctor. I'll be in when I can get in, and that protected my job. And so it is very important for you to know the things that you have available at your employer, so that if you have to be in a position where you're having to take care of someone else, you will be able to be informed and you won't have to be scrounging around for that information at that particular time. Understanding what kind of funeral homes that they want, what kind of funeral plans that they want, even down to what they want to wear, all of those different types of things. We don't like to have those conversations again, but they are very important to have those before a crisis arises so that we can know and we can be informed, and it will help us along that way. Also, being able to talk about end-of-life care. And what I mean by that is, when someone is pregnant, someone is expecting a child, there's a lot of planning that goes on. You plan for baby showers, you plan for what the room's gonna look like, you plan for how you want even the birth to occur. There's so many different ways that you can have your birth now. You can have your birth at a birthing center, or you can go to the hospital, you can have a doctor, or you could have a doula, you can have a midwife, you can have all of these different things. And we think about all of these different things, but we don't think about what we want if in the event we have the opportunity to have a plan in place for end-of-life care. And what I mean by that is, if you are in a position to know that, okay, there is nothing else that maybe could be done, and you are in that place where you're going into hospice or going into end of life, what is it that you want to have happen? Do you want to be at home? Do you want to be in a hospital? Do you want to be in the hospice facility? Those are things that you might want to think about. Do you want music playing? Do you want your favorite movie playing throughout that time? And no one knows the day or the hour, but what are the things that you want to do? What are those bucket list items that you're able to do? Maybe try to knock some of those things off. Who are the people that you want around you? What are the things that you want to say? One of the things that my mother did that was so powerful for our family was the things that she wanted to give our children. She was able to do that before she died. She set a time that she wanted us to come, and she was able to give each of her children and her grandchildren what she wanted them to have. And that was a special time, because not only was it something that she was leaving behind for us, but she was able to tell us why she wanted to give that, why she wanted you to have that. And so those types of moments that you won't be able to get back, those are things that you can curate for yourself. And so those are things that you might want to talk to your loved ones about when nobody's sick, when nobody's, coming to end of life, like, hey, I want to be able to do that. So if I have an opportunity, make sure that this happens for me. And then that way you can die well. We talk about grieving well, but you can even die well. So those are ways that you can also care for yourself that we may not think about. Attending workshops like this, I really want to commend the Park Church for having these workshops. I was just in a workshop not too long ago where we were talking about death and dying and grief, the grief process. And the question was asked, how many people have something like this at their church where they invite people to talk about death or talk about being prepared for life's challenges. And there was only a few of us that raised our hands. And so this is actually a gem to have this platform and to have this place where you can learn about wills, and you can learn about veterans benefits, and you can learn about protocols, and you can learn about all the different things that they talk about on this panel, Medicare and Medicaid, helping you to being able to ask those questions before you even get there so that you can understand the information. So attending workshops when you find them so that you're able to gain the information for yourself. Attending groups that help people along the way. They have caregiver groups. So if you are caring for someone else, maybe a support group would be something that you would be interested in to be able to help you along this journey, to be able to know that you're not the only person that's going through these things. So support groups, they have grief counseling groups. You might want to look at your job and see if they have employee assistance. So sometimes they call them EAP, and those are therapists and counselors that you can actually go to for free because you work at that particular organization. So you might want to look at that and be able to take advantage of those things. Making sure that you take care of your physical body, again, going to your doctor's appointments, making sure you exercise, making sure you're taking your vitamins, making sure that you're eating well. Taking care of yourself is very important. Prayer, meditation, whatever it is that you can do to help center yourself and to be able to clear your mind and be able to lay your anxieties and your fears upon that altar, to be able to let go of that weight. Prayer is a very powerful tool to be able to have, to be able just to talk to God, because he knows everything anyway, but to be able to talk to him and be able to lay that weight down so that you can continue on. That is a way to definitely care for yourself. And also keeping yourself informed, reading your Bible, coming to church, doing those things that offer you life and give you life is very important to be able to move on and to be able to care for other people as you care for yourself. Ask for what you need. I cannot say that enough. Ask for what you need. You can't pour from an empty cup, but you also can't read minds, and people can't read your mind. And so you have to be able to ask for what you need. Sometimes we don't want to ask people because we don't want to seem like we're needy, or we don't want to seem like that we can't handle it. But it's better to be able to ask for what you need and get support so that everything can go smoothly as it needs to go. And again, have that plan, have a plan in place so that you know what it is that you need. Have a plan so that you can do the things that you need to do. You have people there that can help you along the way so that you can go and have your appointments or go to work or do all the things that you need to do. When you're able to have these discussions ahead of time, you can formulate a plan that will make these situations and these scenarios much easier to handle. So I just want to thank the Park Church again for having me to come and talk about chaplaincy and caring for the caregiver. And I'll be available if anyone has any questions afterwards. So thank you again.
Good morning, and thanks so much to the Park Church for having me come back again, just to share knowledge for our members and community related to Medicare and a little bit about Medicaid. Just excited to be able to partner with our church community to make sure we're informed as we're making decisions. This is a great platform, and it'll be a great opportunity as well later in our breakout rooms as we talk about Medicare benefits, our selection choices and coverage. So I have a brief agenda that I'll kind of highlight as we track along around making our selections, like when is a good time to think about your Medicare choices. Certainly understand the coverage for Medicare would be a goal at the end of our conversation. The cost, which is important to all of us when we're making any change considerations, and as well some of the eligibility that we may want to consider if Medicaid is an option supplementary to your Medicare. So Medicare.gov is the official one site of truth for information. So as we take notes away, make sure that you document and write down www.medicare.gov. I've been doing this work for a while, and I will say this year I was pleasantly surprised at the way that Medicare has updated the website. It's intuitive and it's interactive, meaning you can log on very simply to the Medicare.gov website and go to the basics section. And it will take you on a journey of when you're considering Medicare, either before age 65 or after 65, and then ask you a series of questions that help you along that journey. So let's get started in our conversation. Accessing Medicare. If you're thinking about this before age 65, pretty specifically, you have to be determined disabled by the Medicare administration. So the choices that we'll talk about, or the entry into Medicare right now, is automatic at age 65. So if you're at age 65, or will be 65 in the next 4 to 6 months, it's time for you to engage in that enrollment process. If you're less than 65, you should have been predetermined disabled by Medicare and have a different path to consider. So let's speak with those who are approaching 65 or thinking about that 65 age. At that point, you're eligible to simply enroll in Medicare, meaning you can take advantage of the benefits that you've paid for with your Medicare taxes throughout your work history and really experience care from that government-sponsored plan. So when we talk about Medicare and that at 65 journey, what's kind of a first step? What is the first thing you want to do? You really want to look at the enrollment process, when to start, and what's required on your part. And that first part is really contacting the Social Security Administration either by a call or using their website, as we've mentioned, and doing that enrollment. And what that will open you up to is determining what sort of coverage, how do I want to use this Medicare, and what are the options. So we'll talk about Medicare coverage, its parts, and considerations that you want to think about compared to insurance that you've had from your employer or private insurance. So Medicare for us at age 65, or if determined disabled prior to, provides an option for a couple of parts. Part A is your hospital insurance that's going to cover inpatient hospital stays and the like. Part B would be your outpatient coverage, where you would use doctor's appointments, physical therapy, lab, any sort of emergency, that sort of treatment. And then lastly, there's a Part D that covers your drugs. So A, B, D, yeah, I know my ABCs, but there's another part in there. Medicare offers Part C, or Medicare Advantage, and that simply bundles those three together, and it kind of dances around and looks like commercial insurance. So if you think about Medicare Part C, it's very similar to commercial. That's a way for me to remember it. So when we talk about enrollment and considering Medicare, it's which path is going to be happiest for me. Do I want to go the traditional journey and have Medicare A, B, and D separate, or do I want to pick a Medicare Advantage plan, a commercial plan that functions more grouped? Those are the considerations, and again, that website helps you determine what's the best option for you. And when you think about it, the biggest thing I would think about is, where can I get access to a physician that completes the journey the same that I'm used to? So is my doctor on one plan or another? Can I continue to see the providers that have known my care over time? And also the cost, what's most affordable for me? So as we look at those choices, we want to look at choosing a plan that's comprehensive enough and cost-effective enough, such that you're getting the same care that you've received on your commercial insurance. One of the benefits of looking at the website is it helps you compare plans. Those of us who engage in some television watching are familiar with commercials for different Medicare plans. I've even seen folks out in the community shopping at Walmart talking about Medicare plans. But there's a lot of information and a lot of choices that you want to look at, from where plan offers providers, what your out-of-pocket would be. I think the greatest value to the benefit plan from the Medicare Advantage perspective with Part C is that you may be able to get benefits that are not covered by traditional Medicare. Some of those benefits would include dental care, which is very important. Also vision care. There's also some complementary add-ons to those Advantage plans that may give you a component of wellness or fitness. And talking to folks over years, I know some folks prefer plans that give them a partial gym membership or some sort of partnership to stay fit. So my recommendation would be certainly look at the commercial plans under Medicare Part C, see if there's one that's affordable or cost-effective for you to marry the benefits that you become accustomed to, and even some that may enhance what you want to have. So as we talk about Medicare selection, it's important to determine that 4 to 6 months ahead of my 65th birthday, spending some time with that Medicare website and a loved one who can help you navigate that if necessary, and determining what my coverage is going to be, either original traditional Medicare or choosing one of those Medicare Advantage options. So that's a great place for us to start. Once we know our coverage, the next is to really consider our costs. Like, what is this going to cost? So contrary to popular belief, Medicare, while it is a program that we're entitled to and we do pay for with our Medicare taxes, it is not free. Components of it come at no cost, but other components are going to be funded from your Social Security benefit check. So the initial part of Medicare Part A, or that hospital insurance, does come at a $0 cost to you as a recipient. However, Part B, the piece that we use most often for your doctor's visits, your labs, physical therapy, and the like, for 2024 is $174.70. Part D, that drug coverage, is gonna vary based on which selection you have. So we'll pause there and do a little bit of math. Based on the cost of your the benefit of your Social Security check, you're gonna deduct about $175 for that Medicare Part B premium, as well as any additional costs that there may be for any drug coverage you select. And that's going the traditional route. So again, when we talked about considering the right commercial plan, if you went with Medicare Advantage, you would want to look at the cost of that comprehensive premium, knowing that if I'm at $175 or so a month, that benefit is about what I would have been paying only for Medicare Part B. And if that includes your outpatient visits, your drugs, that adds some dental benefits or some vision benefits, that may be an opportunity for you to really bundle and save, if you will. So that's one thing I want to make sure that we understand is the cost of the benefit, when it starts, and certainly those enrollment periods. Once we make the selections to Medicare, life changes happen. So I want to be sure that we understand that these selections are not firm and final. You do have to enroll, again, 4 to 6 months before that 65th birthday. However, Medicare also offers an open enrollment period in the fall. During that open enrollment period, beneficiaries have an opportunity to change. If life has changed in such that you've moved, or if your physician is no longer on a plan that you've selected, or if you just become disenchanted with what you have, you can make that change during that open enrollment time. It's also a time for you to consider if there are new entrants into the market who are now participating with the Medicare program that you may want to have offer your coverage. So make your selection, know your cost, and also be familiar with that open enrollment or reconsideration period that happens for us during the fall. I'll sneak back again and say again about the Medicare website. One of the benefits is that you can list an email to keep updated for notifications. Those will also serve as reminders to these dates, so you're not having to be proactive and keeping up with all that stuff. You can really get some reminders around those dates. During my experience in working with just church members and friends around just guided discussions around Medicare, one situation came up that I want to share with the audience this year before I go to talk about Medicaid. And that's when we're making a selection for couples. One member may be 65 and the other one is not. If the member who's turning 65 has been providing the insurance, that creates an opportunity to have to provide insurance for the other person. And so as we're thinking about coverage, really think about coverage for both of those loved ones who may be on a plan if there's an age difference, knowing that that automatic benefit is for 65, and you can't necessarily carry that younger spouse along with you. So that may create an expense in your household income for health coverage for that younger spouse. So it's important to start thinking about that and considering things about maybe adding benefits earlier for that person, or looking on the open market with Affordable Care Act to see if there are benefits available there, or finding some sort of bridge that may help them. Given that at that time, that other spouse is generally directed to COBRA, which we all know can be extremely expensive and sort of upset your budget as it relates to healthcare expenses. So we'll just pause there and say, as we're 65 and we're aging, be sure we're looking out for our beloved loved one who may be a little bit younger than us. Lastly, we'll talk a little bit about Medicaid. Medicaid comes up quite a bit, and we often want to know, what's the difference between Medicare and Medicaid, and do they go together? The main difference between Medicare and Medicaid is that Medicare is a federal health insurance, and anyone 65 and older is entitled. And I use that word entitled meaning earned. You've got a right to it in some way. However, for individuals to receive Medicaid, it is need-based, meaning there needs to be a demonstration of a financial need or an outlay, or a gap, if you will, in you being able to meet your medical responsibilities before those will be covered. And those Medicaid programs are joint between the federal government and the state, so each state sets their own parameters around enrollment. My first step into doing this type of work was a Medicaid eligibility specialist, and I won't age myself and say how long ago that was, but I will say it was a very long time ago. I will also add that the process has remained about the same in researching. So Medicaid is not very gracious in terms of the amount of income or the eligibility reserve. And I'll pause there and share that an application to Medicaid requires you to just demonstrate some sort of financial hardship to meeting your medical needs. So they're going to ask very specific questions about the household income, your ownership of any assets. Those assets would be bank accounts, they would be retirement accounts, they would be, real property, vehicles, and the limitations for them to determine you eligible are relatively low. One home, that is considered the property that you live in. Any additional home would be considered reserve. And anything that's in reserve, and I'm speaking specifically for North and South Carolina that I have most knowledge about, anything that's considered reserve, the states consider you can sell that and provide for your own medical benefit before we deem you eligible for Medicaid and we start to pay. So while we talked about enrolling for Medicare, pretty simply about 4 to 6 months before your 65th birthday and you're entitled, I didn't bring up anything about your financial status or having to turn over any of that information because you won't have to. Medicaid is just the opposite. And my recommendation in that case is about a year or so ahead of time. Become familiar with what those reserve limits are. Know what your property deeds and that sort of thing look like. There's another professional on the panel that will talk about estate planning. Listen astutely there and schedule a follow-up potentially, just to make sure that you have legacy protections in place for those assets if there's a consideration about long-term need. So that would be, my kind of nudge there to inform you that Medicaid is very specific and pretty limited in terms of what an individual may have, own, or be able to transfer even and remain eligible for Medicaid. So if you qualify for Medicaid, the benefits would pick up any gaps that would be in your Medicare coverage as well as some additional ones. Where I see individuals most concerned about Medicaid is when we start talking about long-term care. And there's another person on the panel that will go very deeply there as well, so I won't step on their content. But I will say, once you're needing Medicaid for long-term care, it's a little late to start applying. So I think it's important, as we're learning this information, tap into that state's Medicaid website, understand what those reserve limits are, any sort of transfer timeline, so it becomes a part of your planning ahead of time. And that would be planning, I would say, more prior to 65, 62. Let's start thinking about that so that you're able to make those plans that you need to have in place before there's an urgency there. So I really want to make sure that we have time for the rest of the panel. So I will summarize and say I'm hopeful that you found good information about generally when to approach Medicare. The best resource, again, is that Medicare.gov website. We will have time in our breakout rooms today to talk about that. And also, I will say as a resource by way of follow-up, we do the Prepare workshop each year. We do leave our information for contact. I don't sell any insurance or anything like that. I really just like to partner with our community members to make sure they have the understanding. So at the end of the registration, there'll be contact information if there's an opportunity for us to have a one-on-one conversation. But again, thank you for tuning in to us today to hear about the opportunities here, and we look forward to sharing further knowledge. I'm just grateful to be a part of such a wonderful panel and such an opportunity for us in the community. Thanks, Park Church.
Thank you, panelists. Certainly, there was a lot of information there that we all can use. Now we have our third group of panelists, this time representing funeral homes, cemeteries, Veterans Administration, and insurance. And for this, we have Alfred Alexander, Reverend Damon Miller, Lance Nelson, and Kyle Freeman. Gentlemen.
Good morning. It's indeed an honor and privilege to be with you this morning here at the Park Church. Thank you, Bishop Claude Richard Alexander, the Prepare Workshop Ministry, and the Park Church for bringing this important topic to the forefront. A lot of people just don't want to talk about what we're talking about today for some strange reason. People, I think, just are afraid of death, afraid of dying, thinking that it's going to just, if I talk about it, it might happen tomorrow. If I talk about it, it might happen today, next week, in a month or so. And if I write it down and talk about it, no telling what's going to happen. But anyway, it's important for you to talk about it. It's important for you to, at a function with your family, if you're at a Thanksgiving meal, if you're at Christmas or a reunion, you need to sit down and talk to your family and let them know what's on your mind. Nobody knows you better than you. Nobody can tell you about your history better than you. And when I say talk to them, where's your paperwork? Where are your insurance policies? Are you a veteran? Do you have a DD-214, which is your military discharge? Do you know where that is? Have you told somebody where that is? What kind of service do you want? Do you want to be cremated? Do you want a funeral with a casket and all of that? It's just so many different things you need to think about and talk about with your family. You may have a pocket full of money that you put under your mattress. Nobody knows it unless you tell them. I want to know it. If I'm in the family, I want to know you had something in a shoebox in your closet. We used to do that stuff, people. My grandfather did it. When he passed, I went to his house, and Lord have mercy, I went in the closet, and I found a thing full of money, and I had to tell my mother, Mom, I don't know, we got to do some more hunting here, because if Grandpa did that, he ain't no telling what's under the mattress or in the backyard. We got to see what's happening, because a lot of times people just don't talk about what they want as it pertains to death. And I want to thank Lady D. Lady D got me here years ago. We were at a Golden Corral, and Dr. McGuire came in, and Lady D came in, and we had been doing the workshop for a while, but she said, Alfred, I want you to come. I said, but you know, I'm a very busy person. She said, well, I don't care, but you need to put this on your schedule. You need to be here. And since we talked, since she said that, I've been doing it ever since. And I pray to God I can continue to do it as long as I can. But she put this in my heart and in my system, and I've been doing it. And I love to do it. I appreciate this church for doing it. You all are at the cusp of doing things that other churches aren't doing. Other people aren't doing. People just don't want to talk about death. And my question to you this morning is, why plan? And I just told you many reasons why you need to plan. But the most important one, you're taking the burden and the most stressful time of a family's life out of the mix. Because they can go to a folder, they can go, if you told them where it was, your paperwork, and say, so-and-so put this down and told us it was here in this room here, or in this file cabinet, or in this bookcase, or whatever, and this is my plans for my funeral. It's called a pre-need. You need to sit down with a funeral director of your choice. Of course, we at Alexander's want you to come and talk to us preferably, but you can talk to anybody you want to about a pre-need. Now, pre-needs are done by a entity that is licensed to do it. You just don't want to see an undertaker in the street and say, I got this $1,000 I want to give you for my funeral, because you just gave him a gift, primarily, because unless it's written down and protected by the North Carolina State Board of Funeral Service, it's not an official pre-need. We are licensed in the state of North Carolina to do pre-needs. We are licensed to protect your money. We're licensed to look at whatever you're talking about. And it's important to mark what you're doing irrevocable so it cannot be changed. So why wouldn't you want to do a pre-need? It's your opportunity to make certain decisions about what you want done, as I've said. The type of service, scripture, songs, what cemetery you want to be at, if you want to be cremated and not buried. Because nowadays, in the black community, we have more cremations than we used to have, because at one time, that was a thing that was not done in the black community. But now, you can do that, you can do whatever you want, and even if you don't pre-need, you can still do it. It's important, though, for you to decide what you want to do, and you can do that through this methodology, a pre-need. So I urge you to sit down, because some people come in the funeral home and say, I have the power of attorney for so-and-so. Power of attorney dies at death. When a family member dies and you might have been the power of attorney, at death, that's not the case. Unless you have what is called a health care power of attorney. That, ladies and gentlemen, may have stipulation in it and guidelines that even knock out the wishes of a surviving spouse. So you have to read a health care power of attorney a little different than a power of attorney document. And that, of course, gives that person with that paperwork a little bit more power than others. So if you're talking about the fact that you may not trust somebody, or you may not want somebody else to take care of your bank accounts, your whatever, do a health care power of attorney. And I'm sure, as some of the persons here have said, do a will. Do your insurance policy to the beneficiary that you want to trust, and you figure that if you want to use that for a funeral, And let me point out to you, a beneficiary does not have to use the money in a policy for a funeral. That's a fallacy that a lot of people think that if the person took out a $10,000 policy, they wanted that for the funeral. No, they took it out for the beneficiary that they named. They took it out so that person, that family member would have monies to live with after that person's death. So don't get in your mind that so-and-so should have used this for that and the other. It's not necessarily what they wanted done with that particular policy. Now, they may have earmarked some monies in that policy for a funeral, because you can do that. They may have wanted certain amounts of money to be put on the funeral. Now, another thing you might want to do when you're talking about a funeral is go to a cemetery and select your plot, pay for your plot, and try to get all that worked out ahead of time. Now, cemeteries don't necessarily want you to pay for the opening and closing of a grave prior to death. And they don't necessarily want you to put that on a pre-need that's done at a funeral home. They want you to talk to them, and they want you to come in, pay for whatever you're going to do with them. So don't think when your loved one dies that you're going to do everything through the funeral home, because sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes they want it done a different way. Now, let's talk about pre-needs. There are 4 different types of pre-needs, and I think that's what you really want to hear, not all that other stuff I've been talking about. So I'm going to get to the point. There's a standard trust pre-need, a standard insurance pre-need, and let me slow down and say that again. Number 1, there's a standard trust pre-need, meaning that money is probably in a bank of choice, or either we use the First Citizens Bank at our location, and because First Citizens was one of the first banks that came to us about pre-needs, and I think that was the first bank that I knew in this town to even talk about pre-needs and having people come in and set them up. Standard insurance pre-need can be done with your insurance or insurance that you take out at a funeral home or through another entity. Inflation-proof insurance is another pre-need. That's number 3. And then you have inflation-proof trust pre-need. Now, when I say inflation-proof, that means that certain items on your pre-need cannot change. Now, there are things on a pre-need that possibly can change, like a casket may go up in 20, 30 years from the time you took out a pre-need. That can possibly go up. So don't get mad at us when you say, well, that casket was so-and-so 20 years ago. Yes, it was. But we have no control over certain items in a pre-need that went up. Take, for instance, the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Department today charges $219.09, I think, to do a escort service from the place of service to the cemetery. When I started working at the funeral home, I think it was about, matter of fact, when I started, it was free, and the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department did it. Then it went up to about $5. Then it eventually went up to about $15. And eventually it went up to 100, excuse me, 175, I think. But anyway, what I'm getting to is things don't stay the same, and we have no control over certain things as it relates to a pre-need. However, our service cost, you have locked in the cost of our service, which is our professional services. Today at $3,000, that's where you start at our funeral home as it relates to professional services. I cannot change that 20, 30 years from now when you walk in the door, and even if we have changed our general price list, which you must get when you go in to talk about a funeral. In any funeral home in the country, they're supposed to offer you what is called a general price list. and that gives you the items of what everything in the funeral home costs. And that's how you can come up with what your funeral costs are. Because number one, we can't force anybody to pay anything that you don't have. And you know what you have better than we do. You come in the door knowing that you can afford a certain amount as it relates to a funeral. So don't think that a certain funeral home charges excuse me, more than another funeral home. You are negotiating basically what you're doing at any funeral home because it's your money. So don't let anybody fool you about something's going to cost this, that, and the other because your prices are too high, your this, that, and the other. No, you select a casket that you know you can afford. And generally, caskets are what causes costs to go up because they can cost a lot of money if you want to do that. But your pre-need is protected again because we cannot do anything with a pre-need until you actually die. And that's why your pre-need is registered for $20 with the North Carolina Funeral Service Board. Now, and of course, cemeteries generally, as I've said, want their money up front, so they don't want you to do a whole lot of putting things in a pre-need. And I talked about the power of attorney, healthcare power of attorney, and generally, that's it in terms of what, thank you, in terms of what a pre-need is all about. But I urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to go into a funeral home and make sure you do a pre-need of some sort. And you don't, and some people get this thing about, I don't want to select a casket. You don't have to select a casket unless you just want to, but you can put money on a pre-need and it's there, it's safe, if you're doing it with a licensed firm that has a license with the state of North Carolina to do a pre-need. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to invest in your future, invest in your family having a relaxed time doing your service as opposed to a highly emotional, stressful time trying to figure out what they're going to do when they walk into a funeral home. Thank you.
Good morning, Park Church. My name is Damon Miller. I'm an employee of the Gethsemane Memorial Gardens located here in Charlotte, North Carolina, 1504 West Sugar Creek Road. I would like to take this opportunity before we get started to first of all say a very special thank you to Bishop Alexander for the invite to the Prepare Workshop team, and I also give honor to Reverend D, who started this some years ago. I want to talk about the importance of pre-planning there at Gethsemane Memorial Gardens. Of course, our cemetery is a little different than any other cemetery that you will ever go to because we have strived to celebrate the life of the person who has transitioned. And what I mean by celebrate, that means that we will get with the family. We will have some questionnaires for the family in reference to the person who has passed on, talking about their life, the things that they love, the favorite foods that they have, and we will compile all of that information together to create a tribute for them there at Gethsemane Cemetery. We will have a tribute table that's set up with their favorite things on it. We would do a symbolic dove release ceremony, which we will release 4 doves, 3 representing the Trinity and 1 dove representing your loved one. We also have a rose ceremony that we've started as well. We put roses on every chair and we make sure that the family is able to take that rose and place it on the remains of the person who has passed on for the last time. And so we celebrate that life out there. We have their favorite music, their favorite food, their favorite snack, candy bar, just so everyone can take it with them to honor the life of that person who has transitioned. We have made it safe for our clients. Still, we know that we're in the COVID area, so you can also make appointments online there. Give us a call and we can do Zoom with your family if you don't feel comfortable still coming inside of the building making arrangements. Our aim today is to try and educate our community on the importance of pre-planning. You heard from the funeral home, and now you will hear from the cemetery. We are a little different than what the funeral home does when it comes to pre-planning and locking in today's prices. There at the cemetery, you will have to actually come in. You will have to look at a space or plot. All of those words are interchangeable when you come down to the cemetery. And you will have to pick out a space and, of course, make your monthly payment until you pay that off, okay? Because you are a part of the P.R.E.P.A.R.E Church, we have agreed to give you 1 year free of interest to pay off that particular space or that plot. You also, as a member of the P.R.E.P.A.R.E Church, we have a special that will go on for you all, that you will buy one space and you can get one space for free as well. So mother and, wife and husband, child, any of those, you can use that space for. Pre-planning, there are 4 items that you need at the cemetery when you are pre-planning. And I want to go over those 4 items. The first one will be your space or your plot. The second item will be your vault, and that's what your casket would sit inside of there at the cemetery in the ground. You can either purchase your vault through the cemetery or you can purchase your vault through the funeral home. It's totally up to you. I would ask that you just compare pricing and see which one is better for you and your family. The third item that you would need for the cemetery will be the opening and closing of the grave. That usually takes place at the time of death when the family would pay that. But we have made an exception now that you can pre-plan your opening and closing of the grave. So that's something that you can do as well. And the last thing you would need will be your memorial marker or your tombstone. Those 2 words are interchangeable as well. And of course, that's going to be with your name on it, date of birth, and date of transition on it as well. You can pre-plan that. The importance of pre-planning, it protects your children, it protects your grandchildren, your family for future emotional and financial burdens, okay? It eliminates emotional overspending. And what I mean by emotional overspending is that whenever someone transitions and you come in to make arrangements, your emotions are all over the place and you will begin to purchase things that you really don't need or outside of the budget that you have agreed to pay for a particular service. So whenever you pre-plan, you can eliminate all of that. You can come in a clear mind, clear head, and know exactly what you want to pay for that particular service. It also prevents family arguments. As you know, that takes place a lot. You may not know it, but I do. It takes place a lot. Family arguments, knowing what mama wants, what daddy wants, what they told me in private and what they told you in private. If you just come on out and just make your own arrangements and put it in writing what you want, it will eliminate that. It also freezes prices forever. So if you're purchasing something on today, a plot, a marker, a vault, or your opening and closing, whether you need it the next 5 years or the next 20 years, you're not going to pay any more for what you have locked in the price for today. One thing about the cemetery, the cost goes up every year, but it also doubles every 10 years. As a lesson, I laid my mom to rest in 2009 there at Gethsemane, and her space was $975 in 2009, $975. And today at 2024 in that same garden, that space is going for $27.95. So as you can tell, it increases and it doubles every 10 years. It also can be funded through a Medicaid spend down as well. So if your loved one is going into a nursing facility, and you need to spend down what they have in their bank accounts, you can definitely take those funds and use them to pay for your pre-plan there at the cemetery. Whether you are buried or whether you have decided to be cremated, we have a service directly for you. For the burial, you can have in ground, or you can decide to do above ground, which is called an entombment, and that is typically taking place in the mausoleum. We have many different prices for that depending on the levels of the mausoleum. You also have cremation options. Whether you have been cremated, your family wants to be cremated, we have a space directly for that person. A lot of people says, well, I'll take the cremated remains home with me and I'll put them on the mantle and I'll leave them there. But you definitely want to think about having a memorialization for your loved one. Take the cremated remains to a particular place where generations and families can come and honor that person's life, placing flowers there, things of that nature. So we do have options for what we call niches that you can put your cremated remains in. We also make sure that our cemetery is kept up to date. It is a premier cemetery. We take a lot of our monies and put it back into the cemetery. So if you ever been to Gethsemane Memorial Gardens, which I can say that we have definitely served a lot of families from the Park Church, and I'm grateful for that. And let me just pause and say thank you for allowing me to serve your family if I have served your family there at Gethsemane Memorial Gardens. But we want to strive to make sure that the place is a clean atmosphere. The grounds are taken well care of, and our staff is there all the time to make sure that we accommodate you and your family. This is, for us, is a ministry and not a job. So we don't wake up every morning and go to work. We wake up every morning making sure that we have an opportunity to serve someone who has been dealing with bereavement, or who are making plans on how they can make sure that their end-of-life celebration is one that they want. Whenever you talk about your pricing, and I know that's probably in the back of everybody's mind, how much do this cost? Every grave space there at our cemetery ranges from whichever garden you decide to lay your loved one to rest in, or the garden that you decide to choose at your demise. The cemetery plots there at Gethsemane range from $3,395 up to $9,095. So the closer you get towards the water, the lake that we have at our facility, the more expensive the properties are. Now keep in mind, for the Park Church, you get two spaces for that one price. And so we would definitely love to take you out at our facility and show you whatever garden that you would like to purchase in. Gethsemane Cemetery is a garden at the foot of the Mount Olives in Jerusalem, most famous as the place where Jesus and his disciples prayed. And so our aim and our desire as a Christian organization there at Gethsemane Cemetery is to make sure that the grounds are well taken care of, because we do believe that Gethsemane is the place where Jesus and his disciples prayed. You definitely want to look at a facility who is a Christian organization who will take care of your loved one, but not only take care of your loved one, but take care of the family members who come out to view and show respect to your loved one. Thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to come today to speak with you in reference to Gethsemane Cemetery and Memorial Gardens. Again, my name is Demond Miller. My number, if you want to contact me personally, is 980-229-7086. And I will say that again, 980 229-7086. Please let me know that you are part of the Park Ministry so we can make sure that you get the 1 year free of interest, but you also get the extra space for free as well when you purchase one space. May God bless each and every one of you, and I look forward to answering any questions that you have during this moment. God bless. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lance Nelson, and I work for the Department of Veteran Affairs in the Vet Center program. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the 3 different departments in the VA and touch a little bit on the P.A.R.E Act, which the VA passed in August of 2022. So first, we're going to talk about the Benefits Administration. They help veterans get their disability benefits. If a veteran was injured while in the military, they can file for a service-connected disability through their county veteran service office, who are trained and certified by the VA to help these veterans get those service-connected disabilities. So if that veteran, again, was injured while they were in the military, they can apply for that service connection. And if they're granted service connection, depending on the severity of it, they'll get a percentage, and depending on what that percentage is, it can be anywhere from 0 up to 100%. 0, they wouldn't be really getting any kind of monetary amount. 100%, I believe, is a little over $3,000. So depending on what that disability percentage or disability is, the VA rates them on that and determines what their percentage is. And then what happens there, that opens up doors in the VA for that veteran. Having a service-connected disability, they can apply for VOC rehab, and if they're approved for VOC rehab, they can go back to school and learn a new career. You can get your home loan certificate, having a service-connected disability, so it doesn't actually, that's not a home loan, but what that is the VA is guaranteeing that your home loan is guaranteed up to, I believe, $36,000, and it helps you, get your home. And having that service-connected disability, they waive your funding fees. So that's another advantage of having a service-connected disability. Having a service-connected disability, if you have your own business, you may be able to get the disabled veterans preference for government contracts, things like that. So, if you were injured while you were in the military, I would encourage you to seek out a county veteran service office or a state veteran service office and talk about that. If your veteran has passed away and you're the spouse of a veteran and your veteran died from a service-connected disability, then you can get what's known as DIC, Dependent Indemnity Compensation. And that's where the VA is acknowledging that, yes, your veteran passed away from something they were service-connected for, and the widow would get some kind of monetary fund, until she passes away. So there's, that benefit there that the widow can get. There's also something called the veteran's pension. There's a widow's pension that pretty much along the same lines, not as much as what the veteran would get, but depending on that veteran's medical expenses. They look at how much medical expenses that veteran has versus how much income they have coming in. And depending on their formula that they work out, will determine how much that veteran would get monthly for that veteran's pension. And the same thing again for the widow's pension. They look at, number one, did the veteran serve during wartime? That's a must. The veteran has to have served, not necessarily in the conflict, but they had to be in the military for at least one day during war. And that entitles them the veterans or widow's pension. And again, they look at how much money that widow has coming in versus what her medical expenses are. If she doesn't have enough medical expenses, she may not qualify at that time for the widow's pension. But as things progress and for the medical conditions get worse, then yeah, I would encourage you to go back and reapply because she may be eligible later on. You have education benefits that you can get through the Benefits Administration. The 9/11 GI Bill, a lot of Iraq, Afghanistan veterans are using that 9/11 GI Bill to go back to school and get an education. So there's that available to you. As far as the P.A.R.E Act, when it comes to VA disability, some new presumptives were added for Vietnam. New areas, such as Thailand, I believe Guam and the Philippines were added. I believe they've even included the Blue Water Navy. I would encourage you to go to the VA's website, va.gov, and look under the P.A.R.E Act, and you'll see a list of all the new presumptive illnesses that they've added and locations that they have added to the Agent Orange presumptive list. As far as the Iraq, Afghanistan veterans, same thing with them. Those veterans that were exposed to burn pits or the environment, if you have any of the presumptive illnesses, then yes, I would encourage you to go and apply for that VA disability. What it will do, if you get service connected for it, depending on your percentage, you'll go into a certain category in VA healthcare, and those items will be taken care of for free from the VA, depending on what category you're in, which we'll talk about here in a minute. But any kind of injuries that you sustained in war, you definitely want to apply for those. Mental health, if you feel you may have PTSD, depression or anxiety, definitely look at filing a disability claim for that, because if you get service connected for it, you can get treatment for that. As far as now healthcare, you have 8 different categories. Now, some people can enroll in VA healthcare if they make too much money and they don't have a service-connected disability. Unfortunately, they wouldn't qualify. It'll be in like category 8, which means that they registered, but they have too much money, so they don't qualify at that time. If you're a POW or you have a Purple Heart, I would encourage you to register, because there are special categories for those individuals in VA healthcare. If you were 100% disability through the Benefits Administration, then you would be in category 1 in VA healthcare, so all your healthcare through VA would be free. There's also, for those people that are 100%, CHAMP VA, which is similar to TRICARE, but it's a program that the VA has to offer. That's not for the veteran, but that's for the veteran's dependents, the spouse and the children if they're under the age of 18. If that veteran is 100% permanent in total, then they can apply for CHAMP VA for the family. And again, if you're 50% or above, you're category 1 VA healthcare. 30 to 40%, you're category 2. All your doctor visits, your specialists that are related to your service connection are free. 20 to 30%, again, anything you're service connected for is free. Specialist, if it's service related, is free. If not, then there may be a co-payment. Medications, depending on what category they're in, it can be anywhere from $5 to $15, I believe. So, the medications are pretty cheap too. So I would encourage you, if you're not enrolled in VA healthcare, definitely get enrolled in VA healthcare. Now, as far as the P.A.R.E Act is concerned, for VA healthcare, for those Iraq, Afghanistan veterans who have not enrolled in VA healthcare, definitely, I please encourage you to get enrolled, because VA now is giving you 10 years instead of the old 5 years. A few years ago, you had 5 years of free healthcare. Now you have 10 years of free healthcare for anything that's related to Iraq or Afghanistan. If you know of any Iraq, Afghanistan veterans in the past that haven't enrolled, let them know about it. The VA is giving them another chance to get enrolled. So definitely get enrolled and get they have a hazardous environment screening that you can do. You check with your primary care provider, and they'll get you set up with the environmental health. to do a hazardous environment screening to see if you have any of those presumptives, and then hopefully, if you did have any of those presumptives, you can get those taken care of through the VA. Another cool program in VA healthcare is My Healthy Vet. It's a way that you can securely talk to your doctor, and they have, I think, 48 hours to respond to your questions. If you need an appointment, if you need prescriptions refilled, you can secure message your doctor, and they're pretty good about responding to you within 48 hours. So if you're enrolled in VA healthcare and you're not enrolled in My Healthy Vet yet, please get enrolled in My Healthy Vet. It's a great program for you. The program that I'm in, the Vet Center program, we fall under VA healthcare, but we're not actually in the hospital or clinics. Vet centers, what we do, we focus on combat veterans dealing with post-traumatic stress. We also work with veterans who have been subjected to military sexual trauma, and then we do bereavement counseling for anyone that has lost a loved one while serving on active duty. The nice thing about our program, it's free. We never charge anybody. You have to meet our criteria. But if you meet our criteria, the program is free to you. It's also a lifetime benefit. It never goes away. And because we actually do see active duty, Guard, and Reserve, as well as veterans with an other than honorable discharge, we are mandated by Congress to be confidential, meaning we cannot share your records with the hospital, the benefit side of the house, or anybody unless you choose to release those records. So it's a safe place for you to come and talk about, the PTSD or the MST, and not worry about anybody finding out that you're actively seeking help. The last program I want to talk to you about is the National Cemetery. The National Cemetery, for all veterans with an honorable discharge, you are entitled burial in a national cemetery, with the exception of Arlington. That's the one cemetery that's controlled by the U.S. Army. You have to meet the specific criteria for Arlington National Cemetery. If you are interested in Arlington, I would encourage you to go to, I think Arlington has their own website with the criteria listed. You can go there and see what the criteria is. As far as any other VA national cemetery, you can be buried at any national cemetery of your choosing. I always tell people funerals cost money, but once you get to the gates of the National Cemetery, everything is free from there. The plot is free, the marker is free. You can even have an honor guard present. Most of this is scheduled through the funeral home. The funeral home directors should already know about the scheduling process as far as getting the veteran scheduled for the burial and all that. They have column burials where you can be cremated and buried, or caskets, so either way. Your spouse is also entitled burial in the National Cemetery. So if your spouse passes away before you, they can be buried in the National Cemetery. If you decide to get married again and that spouse passes away before you, they can be buried in the National Cemetery. If you decide to get married one more time and that spouse dies before you, that spouse can be buried in the National Cemetery. I'm sure the police would be wondering what's going on, but all kidding aside, they can be buried in the National Cemetery. And of course, if you have disabled children, they can be buried there along with you at the National Cemetery. That's pretty much all I have. The biggest thing I can't stress enough is if you have questions, please reach out to the Mecklenburg County Veterans Service Office. If you live in Mecklenburg County, their phone number is 704-336-2102. Those folks are trained and certified to do anything and everything you need. The church has my number. If you have any questions of me, by all means, please reach out to me. You can email me or call me. I would be more than happy to get you connected to the right people. If you have questions on VA, I'd be more than happy to help you out. Well, that's pretty much, again, all I have. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Greetings to everyone. I'd like to first give honor to God and my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. To our pastor, Bishop Claude Richard Alexander Jr., our First Lady, Dr. Kim Alexander, and all the ministers, all the staff here at the Park Church, Betty Ford's Road, who helped organize the Prepared Workshop. And you, the Park Church family, thank you for listening to the information being shared here, not only by me, myself, but from the other distinguished guest speakers. I would like to give honor to my family, which truly gives me the inspiration. My wife, Minister Lisa Freeman, who's been by my side for 37 years. Thank you, love. Our daughter, Kylisa, who resides in South Carolina. Thank you. And our son, Kyle Jr., KJ, and his wife, Mackenzie, who reside in Indiana. Thank you so much. Thank you to Reverend Taz for the invite, considering me to speak on the subject of insurance. I appreciate it once again. Thank you to Dr. McGuire and Reverend McGuire, who are referred to as Lady D, for the vision to create the Prepared Workshop. This is an incredible opportunity for families to get information that truly, truly, truly is needed. I applaud all of you. A portion of my favorite scripture, Proverbs 13:22, says, "A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children." A few verses before that, Proverbs 13:20 says, "He who walks with wise grow wise." I say that to you all today as I talk about my chosen profession of insurance, which I've been doing since 1989. Got started back when I was in the military, and I started as a part-time job, never realizing it was going to continue to be a lifelong process for me. But I enjoy it. My question to you today is, what is insurance? What is insurance? Let me give you the definition of insurance. Insurance is a contract represented by a policy in which individual or entity receives financial protection or reimbursement against losses from an insurance company. So I just want to make sure you have a clear understanding of what insurance truly is. Now, why is it used? Insurance policies are used to hedge against the risk of financial loss, both big and small, that may result from damage to insured or their property, or from liability or damage or injury caused to a third party. And how can life insurance help us? First, we should understand there's two types of insurance. You have whole life and you have term. Now, whole life is basically, it's called with permanent insurance, which means the insured person is covered for the duration of their life as long as their premiums are paid on time, which basically means whole life. Term is a type of insurance that has a specific end date, usually between 10 to 30 years. So it could be a 10-year term, a 20-year term, 30-year term. That's usually how it is. The death benefit will only be paid out if the policyholder dies during the chosen term. So if something were to happen, God forbid, and that individual died after that term, the policy won't pay out. Usually term lasts till about age 75, or it could last a little bit longer, but usually that term is going to end, and you won't be able to renew it with term. Benefits can also be decreasing, meaning it shrinks over a period, typically 1-year increments. Whole life is called participating, and term life is called non-participating. So if you ever hear those terms, are you participating or non-participating? That's what it means, whole life or term. Let me give you the definition of participating now so you understand. Basically, participating, what that means is that you are participating in the profit sharing of the company. So that means that you're going to be able to have what's called cash value. Non-participating means you're not doing that, and so therefore there is no cash value in those policies. And usually those policies are term policies. The participating policies are usually whole life policies. Okay? It's a fact that it costs money when a family member dies, yet many people never give it a moment's thought. Most of the time, family members do not even want to discuss it. A lot of times, I hate to say it, especially in our community, it's taboo. I can't tell you how many times I've stepped in someone's house and sat down with them at the table or in the living room or at the kitchen, and the family members just don't want to discuss it or talk about it. However, 20% of deaths occur suddenly and without warning. And because of what's going on now with COVID, I'm sure that number's probably increased a little bit. I'd like to put these questions to you and also ask you to address these with your family. These are some questions that I asked before, but you know what? I had so many responses from it. I want to do these questions again, basically because I think it's very, very important. Number one, will a death in your family leave dollars or debt? So if something were to happen, is it going to leave dollars or is it going to leave debt? Number two, would your family be prepared for a financial burden? So if something were to happen, once again, God forbid, would this become a financial burden to you and your family, or would everything be taken care of? Number three, if a death occurs in your family, would it change your household income? Now think about this. If something were to happen, let's say the individual is a breadwinner, would it change your household, family, income? Think about that. Number four, are you the major breadwinner in your family or in your house? Number five, do you know, or did you know that Social Security pays out $255, and that's only if you qualify? Now, and did you know also that veteran benefits pays out if you're a veteran like myself and some of the people on the panel here with me? $734, once again, only if you qualify. And number seven, after the death of a spouse, the family income or Social Security may be reduced. It could be as much as 50 to 100%. So think about that. And let me say that one again. After a death of a spouse, family income or Social Security could be reduced by 50 to sometimes even up to 100%. Now, my last question. Do you have life insurance plan in place if something like this were to occur to you? If you don't, when will you get something in place? I can guarantee you this. We don't get out of this alive, okay? One day we will leave this earth. And will you be prepared? I want to say this to you just in closing. Dr. George C. Frazier stated that most black people have insurance on their cell phones and they don't have any insurance on their children. Think about that. Thank you for letting me be here today and speaking on this topic of insurance. God bless.
Thank you so much. Again, valuable information that we all are going to need at some point in time. And last, certainly not least, our fourth group of panelists representing caregiving, young adult outlook, cybersecurity, and the Park Church bereavement process. Speaking for these topics, we have Deacon Earl McLaurin, Reverend Corinne Rogers, Minister Zach Thomas, Minister Catherine Mahoney, and Dr. Major McGuire III.
Good evening. My name is Earl McLaurin Jr., and I will just share with you some tips, which I would consider tips, as it relates to caregiving. I was reared in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and moved to Charlotte and went to school fairly close to here, and started my work career here in Charlotte over the years. In this process, I got married, had kids, and during this time, my parents still lived in Fayetteville. Over the years, my dad started to, he was diagnosed with dementia, and he started to decline. One of the reasons that I was able to determine that his condition was starting to decline is I would often talk to my mom on the phone, and sometimes talking on the phone won't tell you everything you need to know. But I did go home one weekend, and during that period of time, I noticed that while we were watching television in the middle of the day, that Mommy was nodding off and very, very sleepy during the middle of the day. Come to find out that she was spending a lot of time at night with Daddy, because when you do get some at the dementia stage, you have a tendency to be up at night and maybe getting up, walking around. And that was disturbing her because he would sometime go to the door, maybe look out the door or something of that nature. So she wasn't really comfortable and could not get a good night's sleep. Now, if I would have never gone home, I would have never known that, because sometimes when someone's been married over 35 years, they have a tendency to protect the other one. And that was the situation that I was dealing with at that point in time. I searched and tried to find some assistance for Mommy to watch Daddy, take care of him. And over the period of time, we did find someone, an agency that would provide service, that would watch over him, give her time to kind of spend during the day, go out and do things, and spend with other friends, so that she could have a good quality of life, which is real important. So one of my main points will be that whenever you have a parent that might be diagnosed with an illness and you live somewhere, some far away, it's good to talk on the phone, but most of all, it's best for you to go visit and see and put your eyes on the situation so that you can make an informed decision if they need help or not. The other thing I would probably recommend is legal, to get good legal advice. Just like if you were having surgery for your heart or for brain surgery or for foot surgery, you would go to an attorney that would allow or that is specialized in that field. So one of the things that we knew as Daddy was declining, that we needed to get legal paperwork in place. And so to do that, we found an attorney which specialized in elderly care, that was familiar with North Carolina law. And one of the things that they did was move my name onto the deed of the home and remove my dad's deed, my dad's name off of the deed. That would mean that some of his assets would start to decline. And with that, we would be able to get some type of assistance for him if we needed that. That would be my second thing, is get legal paperwork in place. One, look at the caregiver, make sure that they are taking care of themselves. Two, get legal help, which deals with assets, so that you might be able to get additional assistance if needed. And the last thing I would say is find a good place that you might be able to place your parent so that he can get help during the day, which was real important, like adult daycare, quality of service. You can go out and you can look on the government website, which gives you the quality, also inspection of the facilities, the violations that those facilities have had over a period of time going back to their existence, which is really crucial for you to do. So I just want to say that the most important thing is probably having most of your paperwork in order at the very beginning when you start to see a decline in your parents, and get a good attorney. And that's probably my advice that I would give to anybody.
Hello, I'm Reverend Quinn Rogers. I am the leader of the young adults, and I'm here to speak from the perspective of young adults. I want to talk about young adults from three perspectives. Number one, yourself personally as a young adult. Number two, your relationship with those who are connected to you as a young person. And then number three, just making sure things are in order. So let me start by this. I have I have a lot of insight, having led a congregation some years ago. And one of the stories that I want to share, I'm going to share two, is both young adult related. So leading these group of young people, and I've shared this story before. They were commissioned to do a cycling journey from California to North Carolina. And I remember having the conversation with them vividly. We were sitting in the neighborhood theater, and I remember telling the young lady, hey, she was leading the actual charge. I said, listen, before you get out there and cycle, I need you to go and get life insurance. And she told me, okay. And I said, listen, I got the perfect person. I told her to call Michael Grant of State Farm. So I personally called Michael Grant myself because I didn't know whether or not she was going to call. And talking with Michael then referred me to Corinne. And I told Corinne, I said, hey, I have two individuals that are getting ready to cycle from California to North Carolina. I have told this young lady to call you. This is 2 weeks prior to the actual journey. And I said, please look out for their call. She said, of course. Went back, called the young lady, told the young lady, hey, give this lady a call. She promised me she would. And I left it there. 2 weeks later, they began cycling, and about a week or two into the journey, both her and the young man that she was with, they were both hit by an 18-wheeler and died. And I'll never forget it. I called the State Farm agent. I said, hey, did such and so, did she get the life insurance? And she said, no, she never called. And she said, well, why, Quinn? And I said, because she died, her and the individual died. And I'll never forget that phone hung up so fast. And it dawned on me that sometimes as young people, we think we have a whole life ahead of us. And we really don't. And so again, we started down the path of trying to figure out how to lay these two individuals to rest, and GoFundMe had to become one of the options. And so thus began that journey. And I want to put a pause right here and say GoFundMe is not an insurance policy. I'm not an insurance agent. However, there are those on the panel who are insurance agents, and they will talk to you about that. All I would say is get insurance now while you're young, because it's cheap. Now, number two, my brother. You all have heard the story about my brother. Love my brother. My brother was my heartbeat. He turned 40, and when he turned 40, I sent him a message, and I said, hey, yo, G, I need you to get life insurance, buddy. In the event something happens to you, we as a family can bury you. His response was, all right, Q, that's my nickname. I will look into it, and I will get life insurance. So that was it. That was February. February around the 24th, 25th. March 30th, my brother died. And I'll never forget, got a phone call from my mother, and it was just this loud, booming sound. Her voice was, I can still hear it to this day. She told me my brother had died. So I go over the next day, and I said, Mom, I don't know what we're going to do, but I did tell G to get life insurance. I said, so now we just got to go down the path and figure out if he did it. And he did do it. And so unlike the individual that was a part of that church and my brother actually did what I asked him to do. And because of that, it made life so much easier for me and my family. And so one of the things that I would say as young adults, as a young adult, number one, make sure your affairs are in order. What does that mean? Make sure that you have your next of kin in order, just in case something happens. A lot of us travel a lot now. We make more money, so we can take a trip and go wherever we want to go. But that doesn't mean that nothing cannot happen to you. So in that instance, please just make sure you have your affairs in order. Number two, have your affairs in order with people that you trust. Have your affairs in order with people you trust, not your BFF, not someone that you text with all the time. Make sure you know this person. I mean, really, really know this person, and make sure if this person is in charge of your affairs that they know what your desires are. I have a wife, so my wife knows what I want and knows how to take care of me. And in the event something happened to me and her, other people are in place to make sure things are taken care of. Number two, we are at the age where our parents are a little older now. And so I have parents that are in the pace setter, prime timer, they in that age group. And so now I have to make sure I know what their final wishes are. And so as young adults, it will be great for you to know what your parents' wishes are. I am dealing with that now with my father. I'm going back and forth trying to figure out what he has and what he don't have, and trying to make sure that things are in order. I've already had that conversation with my mother, and so of course she has shared with me, but now I'm working through that process. Why is this so important? Well, this is important because when something happens, you want to make sure everything is in order. Again, you have to know if they have insurances, you have to know how the house is deeded, you have to know where their personal information is. If they have funeral arrangements, pre-needs from funeral homes and cemeteries, you need to know all that information. I know some of us, we don't like having that conversation, but this conversation is real. So make sure you have that conversation. So number one, make sure your affairs are in order. Number two, make sure you know what your parents would like and others that may be connected to you. Then lastly, as a young adult, and this is just being very transparent, again, I am working through the process with my father, and because of that, it's causing me to have conversations with him that I've never had before. What are you talking about, Quinn? Well, he and I don't talk as much, not as much as I would like. Not that there's bad blood. That's just a choice. It's not my choice. It's his choice, and so we just go with the flow with that. However, because I am the next of kin and the heir to his estate, I still am responsible whether or not, whether or not I like it. I am still responsible for making sure his affairs and his estate is closed. So, to those of you who may have broken relationships with individuals, but you are still responsible, because that's a real thing, I will tell you this: keep a post on the person that you're responsible to, because when something happens, you are still responsible for it. So what are you talking about? When I say keep a post, you still have to at least keep some type of relationship with them. You have to at least know what's going on with them, how things are moving within their lives. So, for instance, I know the things that are moving in my dad's life. Even though he may not have a connection to me, I have a connection to him, because I know ultimately I am responsible for making sure he is taken care of. And I am putting things in place right now, because when that day comes, if it should come before my day, I still want things in order. And even if I should go before him, things are in place for my brother Embry, or whomever will take the charge, to make sure my father is okay. So in closing, as a young adult, 3 things. Number one, make sure your affairs are in order. Get life insurance. GoFundMe is not an insurance policy. Any crowdfunding is not an insurance policy, because you will soon discover that those GoFundMe, people got to like you. They have to really, really like you and believe in you in order for you to even get any money out of that. So make sure you have something in place. Number 2, make sure that those who you are connected to, like your mother, your father, or anyone else that you're leading the charge, make sure you know what their final wishes are. Make sure that legally, and like I said, I'm not an attorney, but there are people up here, I'm not an agent. Make sure you know what all that information is, because that day will come, and if so, you need to be prepared. And then lastly, if there's a person that you are responsible for but you don't have a relationship with, I would challenge you to try to at least find a post, meaning having some sort of connection with them, so that if something happens, you can take care of them.
Hi, my name is Minister Zach Thomas, and I'd like to talk to you about your digital afterlife. Have you thought about what you may want to do with the data you leave behind? So, we spend a lot of time on our devices, We spend a lot of time using our phones and our computers and our watches, doing all kinds of amazing things, ordering food or hailing a cab, sending an email, sending pictures, taking video, all of that. But have you thought about what you may want to do with that after you leave this earth? So we want to make sure we take care of those things, your financial records, maybe your login credentials, and important files and memories that you may want to pass on to others. So what do we do with our data after we're gone? That's the big question. And we know that the internet is forever, and your data lives on in the internet forever, but you can determine what you do with it after you're gone. So first of all, we want to take care of those credentials, your login credentials, those passwords, those usernames to all those different accounts you may have. You want to use a password manager that can help you secure those credentials and keep you safe online even before you pass. There are applications like 1Password, Keeper, Bitwarden, Dashlane, and then there are applications that are actually built into the devices that you may use. If you're using an iPhone, there's an application called iCloud Keychain. And also on Android, there's a device, an application called KeyPass to Android. These applications are built into their respective operating systems and provide a way for users to authenticate once and use as many pieces of login information as they may have to log into different accounts. Oftentimes what will happen is to get access to those accounts, if you go to a website or use an application, they'll want to authenticate using either a password that you know, or they want to use your face or your other biometrics like a fingerprint to get access to that information. Now, also, there's a way to take care of your information that you may have on your social media accounts. They call it a social media legacy account. And essentially what it is you can delegate someone to take over that account in the event of your demise. Facebook has a feature that allows you to delegate access to someone after you've passed. And they also have a feature where you can disable your page from being searchable after you've passed as well. You can make a request to have that account information sent to that person and delete it from common search, or you can actually have a request made to have your account deleted altogether. Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn also have very similar arrangements within the settings of their respective applications. Also, when you think about your email, maybe you have a Gmail account that you do a lot of email with. Well, what happens to that after you've passed away? It will go into an inactive state. By default, after a certain time, Google will basically try to free up its own data and remove that account. You can have Google Mail make sure that your account information goes to someone else, again, delegating away authority and access to someone so they can get into it in case you have something very important that you need to share with a loved one or family member. This information can also be added in however you've set up your trust agreements as a piece of data that you would like to pass on. One note is if two-factor authentication is active, meaning that you need to have two ways or two points of authentication in that, then your phone will need to be accessible as the second part of the authentication process. So that's something to keep in mind. And additionally, Apple has also included something called a digital legacy account, and it allows you to delegate someone as having access to your Apple account and thereby your Apple devices. What you would need to do is sign up under your Apple account. You can do this easily with your iPhone or iPad or a Mac, and it will send a unique number to the person that you've delegated, send them a notification, and they will have that to use. In the event of your demise, they will need to supply that unique number and proof of your death, like a death certificate or some type of legal action. Separately, you can also use a legal court order to make sure that you're proving that this person has passed on and that you are next of kin, or you have that delegation authority over those accounts. And again, that information can be integrated into an inheritance plan for whomever that may need to be. Now, that is all of the different types of ways you can handle your data online. Now I want to talk about how you handle your physical data that you may have on a device like a computer or a iPhone or Android phone or tablet. You can back up your data in many different ways. I often encourage having a backup because we all know there's that one document that we're looking for and all of a sudden we can't find it and oops, we deleted it by accident and that was the only copy. So if there's something important that you would like to recall later, like the Navy SEALs say, 2 is 1, 1 is none. If you only have one backup of something, you really don't have a backup of something. You want to have at least 2 copies in 2 different places to make sure you can get your hands on it. So you can use for files an online service like Dropbox, OneDrive, iCloud, Backblaze, or even Box. And these are services that you would basically set up a subscription to in some way, and you would be able to take your physical data and send it to their servers. So they will be housing it for you. You can get your hands to it anytime you want. Pull it down, do whatever you need to do with it, share it with others. They give you all those great features. And it's a great way to have peace of mind about important documents, maybe tax documents or financial information that's very important, in a safe place that you have access to and that you can delegate access to if need be. Physically, you want to make sure you have a separate drive of some sort, like maybe an external hard drive or a USB drive. You can also you can do it on your machine. If you have a Windows machine, you can use the Windows History feature. If you have a Mac, you can use the Apple Time Machine feature. And these are great automated ways to set up backups to physical hard drives or USB drives on demand. So maybe you have a copy on that machine, and then you have a separate copy on your physical device, be it a hard drive or a thumb drive or even a burnable DVD or CD. This is a great way because those features actually remind you to back up your information, which, you know, if you're like me, you're not thinking about backing up your information first thing in the morning when you get up. So it's great to have a reminder to say, hey, you haven't backed up in a few days. You might want to do it today to keep you on track and on pace. So in summary, I just want to remind you to use a password manager, to add a social media legacy account. If you're having Gmail, use an inactive email account manager. And lastly, very important, back up your files and manage the access you have to them. So I think if you follow those 4 key points, you'll put yourself in a very good position to make sure any important data that you need saved and that you need passed on will get to the right places.
Let me greet everyone and let you know how wonderful it is to have this time to share with you on today. I am Minister Catherine Mahoney. I'm the Executive Assistant to Bishop Claude Alexander, and among other responsibilities that I have, I handle the administrative aspect of the Congregational Care Team. It's such a privilege to serve at the P.R.E.P.A.R.E Church. We all appreciate having a leader the caliber of Bishop Alexander, and it's a truly gifted kingdom team. Now, Bishop Alexander has defined for us the focus of our ministry here at the P.R.E.P.A.R.E Church, and we all know it, we've all heard it, extending the love, the life, and lordship of Jesus Christ. We remain committed to enhancing the health and the well-being of our congregation and the community. With physical distancing still being a reality for some, we want to ensure we remain spiritually connected. Now more than ever, we remain focused on extending the love of Christ. The Congregational Care Team is dedicated to bringing comfort, to bringing compassion, to bringing care, and to fostering a sense of community. Life happens, and it's always when you least expect it. It can be catastrophic illness, either personally or in someone that you love, and it can be so isolating, and there is nothing more isolated than loss. It changes the entire landscape of your life. So we are blessed to be a part of a church that believes that we should build our lives on a solid spiritual foundation so that we can stand and withstand life's storms and challenges. Being a part of a spiritual community is part of that foundation because it is in community that we are strengthened. We are reminded that we are not alone. This ministry serves as a means of support to all during crisis situations in their Christian walk with God. Through this ministry, the church extends acts of love and service to meet the needs of others. We are to comfort those who are experiencing critical illness and who are experiencing grief. We believe in the power of prayer and the power of presence. God told us in his word that he is close to the brokenhearted and he rescues those whose spirits are crushed. Jesus is Emmanuel. He is God with us. We serve a God who is our refuge and our strength and ever-present help in the time of trouble. It is a comfort to know that we are never alone, and he loves us so much, he always has a provision in place for us. God has strategically placed you in this place so that you can receive the love and support to not only survive, but to thrive. So we are here to be a tangible, visible reminder of the love of God, that he is there and he cares. So we must be there and we must care. Bishop Alexander has strategically and prayerfully chosen a team of people, a part of the Kingdom team, who through virtue of their training and their experience, they are both skilled and compassionate, they are capable and caring, and they are equipped to meet your needs, well able to come alongside you throughout this process, the process of loss and grief. There is long-term care, and then there is care for the caregiver. We offer prayer, comfort, and counseling, just to be reminded. We represent the presence of God and the love and support of your pastor and your church community. We stand in the gap to keep you ever mindful that you are not alone. Now, for any community, communication is absolutely the key. It's so important that we're notified when you are having these seasons of loss and grief, when you're having these seasons of dealing with catastrophic illnesses. We lead the effort to meet the needs of the congregation during these situations, but we want to be reminded that we are all the church. We are all a part of the body of Christ. And so you are a part of that community as well. And so if you know of friends or neighbors in the congregation who are going through these situations and they have not called us, we ask that you would do so. We ask that you would reach out to them and see what services we can offer and then let us know. Now, the first and most essential part when you have a loss is that someone is notified. A large part of what I do deals with communication. I gather the information and then I share it. But compassion is always critical in this process. I give you an opportunity to tell your story. And then we put some measures in place to help with this notification. We have an emergency line now that is always monitored. And when you leave a message on that line, we are immediately notified that it is there. We have a jot form now on our website and on our app. It's very easy to complete. It gives us all the information that we need to stay in contact with you, and it comes directly to us. We get information in all forms, whether it's an email or an in-person notification. It can come in so many forms and through so many different people. But once we do receive it, the notification of a loss of a member of the Park Church family or a member's loved one, we do the process of gathering the information and completing the forms that will give us everything we need to stay in touch and to share this information. Either you send it to us or we can complete it for you as we share with you. Then a condolence call is made to the family. You can expect a call from someone on our team, whether it's Dr. McGuire or Dr. Henderson or myself, or other members of our team. A call is made to the contact person or to the bereaved person, and sometimes they're the same, expressing our condolences on behalf of our pastor, the Kingdom team, the officers, and the church family with a brief prayer. And then we let you know you will be receiving a call from the Director of Pastoral Care or an associate minister. From there, I gather the information and send out an email. It's sent to the Kingdom team, deacons, deaconess, officers, and leaders in our ministry. In that way, the community can begin to gather around you and give you the support that you need during this time. If you are calling on behalf of a member, we get the information together on the homegoing services. Dr. McGuire usually works closely with the families to gather that together. And we notify all the designated individuals and ministries with complete information of the homegoing services for this individual. That's the way that we have the ushers and the greeters in place. We have the worship ministry in place, the deacons and the deaconesses. All that comes because you have given us the information, and we have shared it with all the members of the church community that can come alongside you and be of help and keep you in hope. Now, Dr. McGuire plays an integral part in this process, and he's going to come behind me and detail what happens after he gets the information or another member of our team gets it, particularly in the death of a member. He is very skilled and very knowledgeable in this area, and so I encourage you, when you first have a loss, to contact us right away. He can help you with what you can expect in those first few days and how you can best be prepared to handle it and what we can do by way of support. And so I give you to Dr. McGuire.
Good morning, and thank you, Minister Mahoney, for sharing many of the protocols that we adhere to here at the Park Church. It gives me a great joy and privilege to greet all of you on behalf of our Prepare Workshop. We deem it a privilege because we recognize that this is a work of ministry that is so needed. One of the things that I take great joy in is being able to walk with the bereaved, to walk with you in your pain, in your sorrow, and in your grief. We realize that grieving people travel a different journey than the rest of the congregation. And on this difficult path, they need special care and consideration. Indeed, the Bible reminds us that we who are strong ought to bear the infirmities of the weak. This is your time to be weak, your time to be fragile. This is your time to be vulnerable. This is your time to say, I need help. And so the Park Church, which seeks to extend the love, life, and lordship of Jesus Christ, seeks to come and walk beside you. It is my task to remind you this morning that grief is real. There are 7 stages that you may very possibly experience: shock, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, reconstruction, and acceptance. And so we are sensitive to where you are. And when we learn of the passing of your loved one, one of the first things you will receive is a call from the Park Church. It is in that call that I will seek, or one of our designees will seek, to confirm phone numbers and email addresses as well as the name of the deceased and their relationship to you. The next thing we talk about is funeral homes and cemeteries. We talk about the type of funeral, homegoing celebration you would like to have. Will it be a graveside service? Will it be a memorial service? Will it be a traditional service? I remind you about death certificates as well as limos that will be needed, and remind you that when you sit down at the funeral home, you should have your loved one's social security number. Very often, there are persons who have loved ones who have served in the armed services, and so they want a military honors. They want to take their loved one to the Salisbury National Cemetery, which will be orchestrated through the funeral home and the cemetery. But it is important that before you get there that you find the discharge papers, the DD 214. Let me also say that you should also have the insurance that your loved one had. May I say to you, your grief is unique. You've attended funerals for others, but when it is your loved one, someone close to you, it's a little bit different, and it's also very challenging. Sometimes family and friends don't understand, or people will say, I know how you feel. But you know what? They really don't know how you feel. They don't know the relationship you had with your loved one. I also pen a letter from the P.R.E.P.A.R.E Church with Bishop's signature on it. It represents the total congregation's love for you, and it shares with you how we come alongside of you, even as the scripture admonishes us, to weep with them that weep, rejoice with them that rejoice. We are here for you. We are here as an extension of Jesus Christ. We are here not as a caregiver, but we are here as a caregiver. We will also share with you other resources that are available here at the P.R.E.P.A.R.E Church that you might take advantage of, that might assist you as you go through this period of grief and sorrow. There will be a homegoing celebration, and it will be a celebration that will bring great memories of your loved one. And we seek to do that, particularly if it is a member of the P.R.E.P.A.R.E Church. Bishop Alexander has put in place that all funerals here at the P.R.E.P.A.R.E Church will begin at 11 a.m. And of course, the family hour begins at 10 a.m. We will work with you. We will pray with you. We will walk with you, because we see this as a viable ministry of the Lord Jesus Christ. We see this as a ministry of care, a ministry of compassion, a ministry of collaboration. So may God bless you, and thank you for attending this workshop. And I pray that it has been helpful to you. Should you need to contact me at the P.R.E.P.A.R.E Church, please do not hesitate. I will be more than glad to speak to you. May God bless you, and may heaven smile upon you. Take care.
Again, such a wealth of information, and we are so grateful for what you have shared with us today. Before the closing prayer, I want to acknowledge first our pastor, Bishop Claude Richard Alexander Jr., for giving us this space and continuing to support our efforts. The planning team, in addition to yours truly, includes Dr. Major McGuire III, who chairs the team, Reverend Taswell Henderson, Reverend Quinn Rogers, Minister Catherine Mahoney, and Deaconess Tondra McLaurin. When we have prayed, we will see the Zoom information pop up so that you can access breakout rooms and have the chance to ask questions and dialogue with the various presenters for today. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this day, for all that we have heard and felt. Help us all to not just take this knowledge and hold on to it, but to apply it to our lives, to share it with others in our families and community. We are grateful for all who have participated and for our Studio P and virtual ministry, and the fact that this information will be archived and available to be revisited. Continue to watch over our pastor, his wife, and his children and family as they are on sabbatical, and continue to bless us as a church family. In Jesus' name, amen.